We're going to start it off right. How y'all doing? Let's go.
I'm a power 10, I'm a Eastwood, Land, Indian, and original, all American. My skin color is tan, man. You can say it's brown and just look at my head, one side shade down. Look at me now, my body marked up, red paint on my face, no clothes on my butt. What? Nah, deer skin cover up, a boat on my side. I let the arrow glide. I'm a hunter, a farmer, a fisherman. Everything that I need, I get from the land. I make my own clothes, my own weapons too. When you see the moccasins, then I'm stepping through. I'm a power 10, I'm a Eastwood, Land, Indian, and original, American. I'm ruling everything. That's right. Call me the big chief. Yeah. Power 10, everybody else is beneath. All the villages, each and every tribe. I make the laws, I control if you live or die. The chiefs under me, they collect the tax. Animals skin bees while I just relax. Collecting deer and turkey, put them in the temple. Power 10 government is just that simple. I'm a power 10, 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 I'm a Eastwood, Land, Indian. Let me break it down so you understand. Man, I was very young. That's right. When I took my spouse, yeah, she cooked my meals, she built my longhouse. From jewelry to pottery, we got art. True. Even kids do it. Yeah, we work hard, but we play too. That's right. Games just like you. Wrestling, foot race. Yeah. We're very musical. We like to sing and dance, party and clap our hands. Celebrating life, I'm like a power 10.
Right here. Hey, get it. Run it back. Run back. Play with it. We about to get into it. How y'all doing? Peace, and bliss, my family. We about to get right into the build. We're going to start right here. We ain't going to waste no time. And let's get this shared. This is the THOMASINA Jordan Indian tribe of Virginia. The THOMASINA Jordan Indian tribe of Virginia in their federal recognition. Let's get a little info on it.
In 13 Dion tribe Eastern DV 14 Zion 620.
All right, here we go.
12 Title 2 Chickahominy in 13 Dion tribe Eastern DV 14 Zion 15 SEC 201. Findings. 1-6 Congress finds that 17. 1. In 1607, when the English settlers set shore 18 along the Virginia coastline, the Chickahominy in 19 Dion tribe was one of about 30 tribes that received 20 them. 21. 2. In 1614, the Chickahominy Indian tribe and 22 tiered into a treaty with Sir Thomas Dale, Governor 23 of the James Tobey Colony, under which 1. A. The Chickahominy Indian tribe agreed to provide 2 bushels of corn per man and send 3 warriors to protect the English, and 4. B. Sir Thomas Dale agreed in return to 5 allow the tribe to autonomy to practice its own 6 tribal governance. 7. 3. In 1646, a treaty was signed which forced 8 the Chickahominy from their homeland to the area 9, around the York River in present-day King A. William 10 County, leading to the formation of a Resiwadio 2. 11. 4. In 1677, following Bacon's Rebellion, the 12th Queen of Kentucky signed the Treaty of Middle 13 Plantation on behalf of the Chickahominy. 14. 5. Hill 1702. 8 the Chickahominy
if
from
you guys
homeland.
See, just to verify, it says the Queen of Pamunkey. The Queen of Pamunkey signed the Treaty of the Middle Plantation on behalf of the Chickahominy. The Chickahominy Queen. This was a queen. When you hear them talking about these people, you remember all of the kings and queens. We did the reading on the kings and queens. These are kings and queens, not just chiefs.
To the area 9, around the York River in present-day King A. William 10 County, leading to the formation of a Residuo 2, 11, 4. In 1677, following Bian's rebellion, the 12th Queen of Pamunkey signed the Treaty of Middle 13 Plantation on behalf of the Chickahominy. 14, 5. Il 1702, the Chickahominy were forced 15 from their Reservatio 2, which caused the loss of a 16 land base. 17, 6. Il 1711, the College of William and Mark 18 Il A. Williamsburg established a grammar school for 19 Indians called Bradfordton College. 20.
In 1771, I may stop this because it has numbers by everything for some reason, and it keeps reading, and I don't want you guys to get confused and miss important points. In 1711, the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg was established. It was a grammar school for Indians called Bradfordton College. A grammar school for Indians called Bradfordton College. Bradfordton College. I'm going to put that in the chat for you guys.
7. A Chickahominy child was one of the first in 21 Deons to attend Bradfordton College. 22. 8. In 1750, the Chickahominy Indian tribe 23 began to migrate from King William County back to 24 the area around the Chickahominy River in the 25 Kent and Charles City counties. 1. 9. Il 1793, a Baptist miscegenation named 2 Bradby took refuge with the Chickahominy and took 3 a Chickahominy woman as Lee's wife. 4. 10. In 1831, the names of the ancestors of the 5 modern-day Chickahominy Indian tribe began to 6 appear in the Charles City County census records.
Let me read that for you guys again. In 1793, a Baptist missionary named Bradby, B-R-A-D-B-Y, Bradby, took refuge with the Chickahominies and took a Chickahominy woman as his wife. Listen, a Baptist missionary. Who are we talking about? The Black natives. We're talking about a pioneersman, a frontiersman, or a homesteader. These were the people that were coming in with the Baptist missionaries, the AME churches. They set up all the churches, setting up the Christianizing of the Indians through using their skin tone as a medium per se. So they set up the Christianization for a lot of them as agents, the Black agents and the Native agents. Keep in mind, they set this up, and the Bradley took refuge with the Chickahominy and took a Chickahominy woman as his wife. In 1831, the names of the ancestors, the modern day Chickahominy Indian tribe began to appear in the Charles City County session records. Let's go. I hate when it do that. If you pause too long, it go to stop it.
8. The Chickahominy from 14.
Okay.
5. Il 1702. The Chickahominy were forced 15 from their Reservatio 2, which caused the loss of a 16 land base. 17. 6. Il 1711, the College of William and Mark 18 Il A. Williamsburg established a grammar school for 19 Indians called Bradfordton College. 27. A Chickahominy child was one of the first in 21 Deons to attend Bradfordton College. 22. 8. In 17.
A Chickahominy child was the first Indian to attend that college that they set up in 1750. The Chickahominy Indian tribe began to migrate from King Williams County. I want to bring up those King County and Queens County. We had Kings counties and Queens counties back to the area around the Chickahominy River.
The Chickahominy Indian tribe 23 began to migrate from King William County back to 24 the area around the Chickahominy River in the 25 Kent and Charles City counties. 1. 9. Il 1793, a Baptist miscegenation named 2 Bradby took refuge with the Chickahominy and took 3 a Chickahominy woman as Lee's wife. 4. 10. In 1831, the names of the ancestors of the 5 modern-day Chickahominy Indian tribe began to 6 appear in the Charles City County census records. 7. 11. In 1870, a census revealed an enclave of 8 Indians in New Kent County that is believed to be 9, the beginning of the Chickahominy Indian tribe, 10 Eastern Digio 2, 11.
I'm thinking I might have to start this because the reading this numbers in between is really annoying me. I just didn't want to do all this reading, but let's go. The Indians in New Kent County, that is believed to be the beginning of the Chickahominy Indian tribe Eastern Division. All right, they had different divisions. Other records were destroyed when the New Kent County courthouse was burned, leaving a state census as the only record covering that period. We've talked about this before. We read it in the books. If you guys remember, they said they burnt down the long houses, the county's houses that were set up. They have the 3 areas. One for business, one for teaching, and one for hospitalizing. They would set that, they would burn them down and reconstruct it. So now they can say this was established at this time and era, reestablishing a new building or a block, so on and so forth. In 1901, the Chickahominy Indian tribe formed Sumerian Baptist Church. Let me just stop with this because this is getting on my nerves with the things. Okay, formed Sumerian Baptist Church, right? And where we at? They formed. Okay, in 1901, the Chickahominy group formed the church. From 1901 to 1935, the Chickahominy men were assessed a tribal tax so that their children could receive an education, which education is free for all Indians. Keep that in mind. The tribe used the proceeds from the tax to build the first Sumerian Indian school, buy supplies, and pay a teacher's salary. In 1910, a one-room school covered grades 1 through 8 and was established in New Kent County for the Chickahominy Indian tribe Eastern Division, probably called the Colored School. More than likely, it was called a colored school. 17. During the period of 1920 through 21, the Chickahominy tribe Eastern Division began formulating a tribal government. E.P. Bradley, the founder of the tribe, was elected to be the chief. In 1921, THOMASINA Kamaka Baptist Church was organized. In 25, a certificate of incorporation, a certificate of incorporation was issued to the Chickahominy Indian tribe Eastern Division. In 1950, the one-room Indian school in New Kent County was closed and students were bused to the Sumerian Indian school in Charles City County. In 1967, the tribe of Chickahominy roots Eastern Division lost their schools as a result of the required integration of students. During the period of 82 through 84, the Tassini Kamoko Baptist Church built a new sanctuary to accommodate church growth. In 1983, the Chickahominy Indian tribe Eastern Division was granted state recognition along with 5 other Virginia Indian tribes. And in 1985, the Virginia Council of Indians was organized as a state agency. The Virginia Council of Indians was organized as a state agency. I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys as well. The Chickahominy Indian tribe Eastern Division was granted a seat on the council. And in 88, a nonprofit organization known as the United Indians of Virginia, they were formed, and the chief Marvin Strongock Bradley of the Eastern Band of Chickahominy presently chairs the organization. Now, let me put this in the chat. That's where your land that says. All right, see, some told me I got a little more information, but I'm going to read a little bit more on this for sure. And then we'll get to the next information. You're quite welcome, sis. Organized as a state agency, okay? Now let's go. Definitions. In this title, I actually want to get to some other information in this book. I wanted to read this first, though, but let me see. The secretary means the Secretary of Interior. The tribal members, the term tribal members means an individual who is enrolled member of the tribe at the date of enactment of this act, and an individual who has been placed in the membership roll of the tribe in accordance to this title. Tribe. The term tribe means the Chickahominy Indian tribe, Eastern Division. Federal recognition. In general, federal recognition is extended to the tribe. Applicability of laws, all laws, including regulations of the United States of general applications to Indians or native Indian tribes or bands or Indians, including the Act of June 18, 1934, 25 USC 461, established Secretary section. That was not inconsistent with that title and shall be applicable to the tribe and all tribal members. That would mean you, Chickahominy Root, and all tribal members. All these laws would apply. Federal service and benefits in general. On and after the date of the enactment of this act, the tribe and the tribal members shall be eligible for all future services and benefits provided by the federal government to federally recognized Indian tribes without regard to the existence of reservation for the tribe. Do you understand that, sis? To make sure you got that, let me read that one more time. And I'm going to put it in the chat too. Hold on. Okay. Not let me copy. Come on. Stop doing it. Okay. All right. All right, let's go. Exactly. They tell you right there that it applies. Hold on. That means that applies exactly to you, sis, right? That applies exactly to you. I'm going to read that part again. I'm just trying to remove these numbers and I'm putting it in the chat for you. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm going to read that section again. It says, pay attention. In general, on and after the date of the enactment of this act, the tribe and all tribal members shall be eligible for all future services, and benefits provided by the federal government to federally recognized Indian tribes without the regard to these next things. We're going to get into that. Regardless of the existence of a reservation or tribe, regardless of the existence of a reservation or tribe, regardless of the location of the residence of any tribal member or near any tribal reservation. Does not matter if you're on the reservation, regardless of the residence of any tribal member. The service area for the purpose of the delivery of federal services. For the purpose of delivery of federal service to the tribal members, the service area in the tribe shall be considered to be the area comprised of the New Kent, Virginia, County, Virginia. I don't care what place you're in. You can establish and set up your tribe and everything as far as your indentures, even as an individual, through the Kent County, Virginia registry. Okay, hold on, guys. I want to go to something else real quick. Let me go down the page. Let me see. 69, 70, somewhere. Oh, it went right to 70. It's probably 70. I think 66. Individual is enrolled member of the tribe of the date and acting of okay, that's going more into that. Yes, so we kind of covered one thing, but I want to get to it's something I wanted to go into that is on page 70. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is 70, 69, 70. Chairman of the Senator Tom. Yep, here we go. All right. Okay. Wait, I think did I pass? Okay, yeah, this is it. We're going to start here. I'll let it read because it doesn't have the numbers. Let's go.
One land acquired by the Secretary in TMST for the benefit of an Indian tribe after October 17, 1988, under Section 320A of that Act, 25 U.S.C. 2719. So I think it is important to have the hearing, and I thank you, the chairman. Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really do not have a statement. I think you have covered the 2 points. One is why does it take so long to do this regularly, and should there be shortcuts in the Congress? So I think it is important to have the hearing, and I thank you for that. The chairman. Thank you, sir. Could Senator Allen and Senator Levin decide among themselves as to who would like to go first by age or alphabet, whichever is appropriate? Senator Allen. I will let Senator Levin go first, since seniority, and his bill was introduced 1 or 2 minutes before mine. The chairman. Thank you very much.
That's
Senator Levin, welcome. I know you are busy with the authorization
Speaking,
bill.
ye shall find, knocking, the door shall be open. The door is just a barrier between you and the truth, right? To go to the other side of knowledge. Seek and ye shall find, knocking, the door shall be open.
On the floor, So we appreciate your being here, and also Senator Allen's courtesy in having you go first. Senator Levin. Statement of Han Carl Levin, U.S. Senator from Michigan. Senator Levin. Thank you very much.
I got y'all too. Keep in mind, right? If y'all make sure y'all stay focused, take notes, pay attention to everything that I'm showing you guys. It's going to be so much easier. I'm literally doing all of this the way that I do it to knock down these portals of lies in the mind. You guys seek the information. You come here to the channel. You knock on the door to get admittance, and you're there. You're giving your energy, and you are finding what you need to unlock these codes. I'm making sure that I'm bringing all the sufficient information. Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Thomas. First, let me thank you for holding this hearing. I add my thanks to Senator Allen for his graciousness in allowing me to go first, mainly not just because of my age, which I do not like to emphasize, but because of the floor responsibility which I am in the middle of. So thank you very much, George. Mr. Chairman, thank you and the committee for holding today's hearing on the status of the Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians. In 1994, Congress passed and the President signed legislation that gave federal recognition to several Michigan tribes, including the sister tribe of the Grand River Band, the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians. The Grand River Band should have been recognized at that time, but for various reasons it was not. To remedy the situation, Senator Stabenow and I have introduced S. 437, the Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians of Michigan Referral Act, which would refer the matter of federal status of the Grand River Band to the Secretary of the Interior. The Secretary would then determine whether the Grand River Band meets the same criteria that Congress used in 1994 to recognize the other tribes, and then act accordingly in an expeditious manner. I would note that our bill does not legislatively recognize the Grand River Band. It does direct the Bureau of Indian Affairs (BIA) to make a decision on the merits in a timely fashion. It is a critical difference, but it is an important difference, particularly in the light of the chairman's opening statement. The salient questions would be whether members of the Grand River Band are descendants of persons who signed the relevant treaties and whether today's members continue to reside in their ancestral territory. We believe that the Grand River Band meets those criteria. The historic record is clear that today's Grand River Band are direct descendants of those who signed the relevant treaties. The Grand River Band are a very traditional Indian people, and because of their traditional lifestyles they have a high rate of tribal intermarriage. In addition to signing the treaties, their ancestors were also instrumental in bringing their land claims to the Indian Claims Commission in the late 1940s and 1950s. The federal, state, and local governments have had dealings with the Grand River Band on a continuing basis. The Grand River Band also lives today in the same areas of Michigan that they have occupied when the first Europeans arrived.
They
reside now in Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, and Kent counties. Burial mounds of the Grand River Band are located along the Grand River itself, from Lansing to Muskegon, and they conduct their ceremonies and annual Grand River Ottawa powwow near these sacred mounds. I want to mention very briefly there is another tribe in a similar situation, the Burt Lake Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, who were signatories to the 1836 and 1855 treaties. They have not been federally recognized, even though they submitted their documented petition over 10 years ago. I hope that the Burt Lake Band will also be the focus of future federal recognition. Mr. Chairman, the importance of this bill is that we need an expeditious decision by the regulators and the administrators. That is critical because of land claim judgments which were settled by Congress, which were brought by the Grand River and other treaty tribes during the Indian Claims Commission period. The 1997 Act provided that funds will be distributed to unrecognized tribes whose members are descendants of treaty signatories, provided, and this is the key issue,
that funds will be what? The 1997 Act provided that funds will be distributed to unrecognized tribes whose members are descendants, Chickahominy roots, you hear this? who are descendants of treaty signatures provided, and this is the key issue. The tribe submitted a fully documented petition by December the 15th of 2000, and that the BIA approves recognition as far as December of 2006. Let me put that in the chat for you guys. You guys, I keep trying to tell y'all, I ain't gonna say nothing. Just
a fully documented petition by December 15th, 2000, and that the BIA approves recognition by December 2006. That is what the key issue here is, as to whether we can get the BIA to make their decision in time to make a deadline which will have a major financial impact in terms of a claim which was properly and timely filed by this band. So we have the Grand River Band that submitted its petition, including 21 boxes of materials, on December 5th, 2000, in time. Nearly 4 years later, the BIA granted the tribe its first technical assistance meeting in 2004. In January 2005, the BIA provided a detailed, 29-page letter describing deficiencies and omissions in the Grand River Band's original material. After 18 months of work, the Grand River Band now has delivered its response on June 9th. The materials include certified copies of all of its membership rolls, 700 members, along with a 63-page legal response and a 265-page ethno-historical response prepared by Dr. James McClurkin, who is the most eminent Native American ethno-historian in Michigan. Each of the 749 citations is supported by documentation, along with numerous maps, charts, family trees, and population reports, so this exhausting and expensive process has gone on. We can't allow it to go back and forth for years and years. It is essential that a BIA determination regarding the Grand River Band be made in a timely way, because if no action is taken within the next few months, the Grand River Band will be denied millions of dollars that have been specifically set aside for the band by federal law.
How much?
It would be an injustice. It would be an injustice not to allow the Grand River Band to take its rightful place among the family of federally recognized tribes. But, again, this legislation does not decide that.
I want y'all to hear that again.
Again, federal law. It would be an injustice. It would be an injustice not to allow the Grand River Band to take its rightful place among the family of federally recognized tribes. But, again, this legislation does not decide that. It calls for an expeditious, prompt determination by the BIA. I will leave for the record a number of technical changes to be made in the bill. I won't go through all those now, but I would, again, simply thank the committee for holding this hearing. It is urgently necessary. We need to get this decision made in time so that justice will not be denied a band that has truly worked hard, done everything that it is required to do, played by the rules. Now I believe, and Senator Stabenow believe, is entitled to a favorable response, but, in any event, is entitled to a decision within the time period provided by law. The Chairman. Thank you very much. Senator Levitt. I know you have to leave to go to the floor. Thank you. Your complete statement will be made a part of the record. May I also say I know that Senator Warner is on the floor with this important legislation.
I want y'all to hear that. Hold on.
His statement will be made part.
Let me go to page 80 real quick. I want y'all to hear something on there because I want to get to this next book. Hold on 1 second. Stop this. Hold on. Not 80. Not 80. Not page. It's not 80. What page is it? 76 maybe. Okay. Yes, it's going to the statements. Hold on. Okay, yeah. We got to start here. Let me see.
Governors have supported this legislation. I do believe I am Roundtree. Senate. Thank you. We know you can't stay. Okay, Representative from Virginia, Mr. Moran. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. It is nice to see my former colleagues and now illustrious senators, Senator Dorgan and Senator Thomas. I appreciate the fact that the three of you would come to this hearing. We have been before this committee, as Senator Allen said, and Senator Campbell worked to get this legislation favorably through the committee. The story of the Virginia tribes represents a unique travesty of justice, a national travesty that we are dealing with today. This hearing is particularly timely, because this nation is about to recognize and celebrate the Jamestown settlement, which occurred 400 years ago. That Jamestown settlement could not have been successful if it had not been for these Indian tribes teaching survival skills to the English explorers and settlers. They welcomed them in. They taught them how to farm, what foods could be eaten. Many of the Indians were not immune to the diseases that the English settlers carried, and they died as a result. Subsequently, the settlers killed, expelled, subdued these Indian tribes. The Indians lost their land. For much of the 19th and 20th centuries,
subsequently, the settlers killed, expelled, subdued these Indian tribes. The Indians lost their land. For much of the 19th and 20th century, they were treated in the same way that African slaves were treated. Indians were treated like Africans without any rights. Do you guys hear this? Who are they talking about? They're talking about the pioneersmen, the frontiersmen. Okay, I keep telling y'all, pay attention.
They were treated in the same way that African slaves were treated, without any rights.
That part.
As Senator Allen just described, this was deliberate policy. One of the most troubling legislation actually occurred in the first half of the 20th century. I am going to try to summarize some of this because Senator Warner has joined us, as well, and I do think it is quite a testament to the importance of this issue that both of our senators are so strongly supporting federal recognition. As I say, this is a unique situation, at least in two ways. These 6 tribes signed treaties, but they were treaties with the kings of England. They still exist, but they were not made with the American government. Senator Allen suggested that the most important treaty was the Treaty of 1677 with King Charles II. That treaty has been recognized by the Commonwealth of Virginia every year for the last 328 years. The governor, and when Senator Allen was governor, he accepted tributes from the tribes, often turkeys and other game, and it is celebrated at the state capitol. There is no question about the legitimacy of this treaty. But in the intervening years between 1677 and the birth of this nation, these tribes, as I say, were dispossessed of their land, and they were too weak to pose any threat, so they were never in a position to negotiate or receive recognition from the nascent federal government.
Never in a position.
It was the first English permanent settlement in the New World, and the Virginia Indians were the ones that enabled it to happen, and yet they have not been recognized by the U.S. federal government.
That's my family.
The second reason that this is unique is that they were the victims of, I guess you would have to call, a paper genocide that was a result of the laws and, at that time, the attitude of the Commonwealth of Virginia. At the time that the federal government granted Native Americans the right to vote, Virginia's elected officials were embracing the eugenics movement and
Native
adopted racially
Americans.
hostile.
They did not say Indians, right? He said they granted the Native Americans. Pay attention.
Laws that were targeted at those classes of people who didn't fit into the dominant white society. Those laws and attitudes culminated with the enactment of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. It empowered zealots like Walter Fletcher. He was a state official. He destroyed the records of these Indian tribes. He reclassified in Orwellian fashion, as Senator Allen has said, all non-whites as colored. In order to get your child out of a hospital, you had to check a box whether you were white or colored, in the term that was used then. It particularly targeted Native Americans so that they could deny them their identity. The letter hasn't shown up, but people talk about a letter that Mr.
Where the letter at? We want to see that shit.
About the fact that he had eliminated the identity of the Native Americans in the state. I do not know whether such a letter actually exists, but that is exactly what it was all about, to eliminate Native Americans in Virginia. You could be sentenced to 1 year in jail if you did not check off the right box. There were only 2 boxes. So obviously what happened is that there were no more Native Americans left in the state. Now, the Racial Integrity Act was struck down by the federal courts, but not until 1967. For up to 50 years the state officials waged a war to destroy all public and many private records that would have affirmed the existence of Native Americans in Virginia.
Now they changed it. If you
Historians
notice,
have affirmed that
the
there is
whole
no
time we've been reading this document, all federally recognized information that they've been talking about. We've been reading this document, right? It said Indian. Now, when they went and started talking about changing this into talking about the lands, this, and that, they went to saying native. Listen to the source, y'all, but we know what's going on. Pay attention.
State in the nation that compares to Virginia's efforts to eradicate its citizens' Indian identity. All of Virginia's state-recognized tribes have filed petitions with the Bureau of Acknowledgement seeking federal recognition. But it is a very difficult burden, as you know, Mr. Chairman, for these tribes to be able to get that kind of acknowledgement. They have been told that they probably won't process the paperwork in their lifetimes. They weren't able to get jobs. They weren't able to get a public school education. The only education they've got were from religious groups, missionaries. That is one of the reasons, as Senator Allen referred to, they believe gambling is a sin. They do not want to have anything to do with gambling. They could gamble if they wanted with bingo parlors. They won't do it, even though the American Legion or the VFW bingo parlor is down the street. They won't do it. This is a very difficult and really undignified process for Indians to have to go through, particularly these tribes where their records were officially destroyed. That just aggravates the injustice that has already been visited upon these tribes. It wasn't until 1997 when then Governor George Allen signed legislation directing state agencies to correct these state records that had been deliberately altered to list Virginia Indians as colored. The law allows living members of the tribes to try to correct those records, but the law can't correct the damage done to past generations. 2 years later, the Virginia General Assembly adopted a resolution calling upon us in the Congress to enact legislation recognizing the Virginia Indian tribes. Well, that was 7 years ago. Now, we have submitted that legislation. We have continued to push it. We are counting on you now, Mr. Chairman and the members of this committee. There is no doubt that the Chickahominy, the Eastern Chickahominy, the Monacan, the Nansemond, the Rappahannock, and the Upper Mattaponi tribes exist. They do exist. They've existed on a continuous basis since before Western European settlers first stepped foot in America. They are here with us today. Helen Roundtree will testify on the next panel. The chairman, Congressman Moran, would you please, Senator, prepared state, we now recognize our friend and colleague. Chairman Warner. Statement of Hon John W. Warner, U.S. Senator from Virginia. Senator Warner. Thank you. Senator McCain and members of the committee. First, I'd like to commend the committee and its leadership in seeking to rectify obvious wrongs inflicted many years ago in the history of our state.
Period. Still
and I want to commend the members of the tribes who have joined here this morning, and hundreds of others who are back in their homes awaiting the outcome of this very important hearing. I want you to know that throughout my career here I have supported federal recognition of these tribes. I am certain that we can devise a means where we can do so, albeit recognizing a lot of the records do not exist.
That's right.
Somehow,
records were burned by them, they said it.
I believe, here in the Congress to do what is right. My only concern, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, is the issue of gambling. We've witnessed how gambling in various parts of the United States has literally transformed communities, transformed the quality of life sought by so many people. While the current leadership of these tribes have represented they have no interest in gambling, we all recognize we are not immortal, and others will succeed as time marches on with regard to the management of their tribal desires. Therefore, I want you to know that, while I strongly will work to get this federal recognition, I equally will strongly work to resist any legislation that does not ensure that these areas designated by the federal government and the people on them will conduct themselves consistent, as it relates to gambling, as the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia, whatever that law may be at such time as that issue may. With that in mind, I thank you. Statement, I misjudged, but thank you for offering us. Thank you very much. The chairman, welcome, Statement of Lee Fleming. My name is Lee Fleming and I am the Director of the Office of Federal Acknowledgement at the Department of the Interior. I am here today to provide the administration's testimony on two bills, S. 437, entitled the Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians of Michigan Referral Act, and S. 480, the Thomasina e Jordan Indian Tribes of Virginia Federal Recognition Act of 2005. The acknowledgement of the continued existence of another sovereign is one of the most solemn and important responsibilities delegated to the Secretary of the Interior. Federal acknowledgement enables Indian tribes to participate in federal programs and establishes a government-to-government relationship between the United States and the Indian tribe. Acknowledgement carries with it certain immunities and privileges, including exemptions from state and local jurisdictions and the ability of newly acknowledged Indian tribes to undertake certain economic opportunities. The department recognizes that under the United States Constitution, Congress has the authority to recognize a distinctly Indian community as an Indian tribe, but along with that authority it is important that all parties have the opportunity to review all the information available before recognition is granted. That is why the Department of Interior supports a recognition process that requires groups to go through the federal acknowledgement process, because it provides a deliberative, uniform mechanism to review and consider groups seeking Indian tribal status. Legislation such as S. 437 and S. 480 would allow these groups to bypass this process, allowing them to avoid the scrutiny to which other groups have been subjected. While legislation in Congress can be a tool to accomplish this goal, a legislative solution should be used sparingly in cases where there is an overriding reason to bypass the process. Interior strongly supports all groups going through the federal acknowledgement process under 25 CFR Part 83. The department believes that the federal acknowledgement process set forth in 25 CFR Part 83 allows for the uniform and rigorous review necessary to make an informed decision establishing this important government-to-government relationship. Before the development of these regulations, the federal government and the Department of the Interior made determinations as to which groups were Indian tribes when negotiating treaties and determining which groups could reorganize under the Indian Reorganization Act. Ultimately, treaty rights and land claims litigation highlighted the importance of these tribal status decisions. Thus, the department in 1978 recognized the need to end ad hoc decision-making and adopt uniform regulations for federal acknowledgement. Under the department's regulations, petitioning groups must demonstrate that they meet each of the 7 mandatory criteria. The petitioner must, 1. Demonstrate that it has been identified as an American Indian entity on a substantially continuous basis since 1900. 2. Show that a predominant portion of the petitioning group comprises a distinct community and has existed as a community from historical times until the present. 3. Demonstrate that it has maintained political influence or authority over its members as an autonomous entity from historical times until the present. 4. Provide a copy of the group's present governing document, including its membership criteria. 5. Demonstrate that its membership consists of individuals who descend from a historical Indian tribe or from historical Indian tribes that combined and functioned as a single autonomous political entity, and provide a current membership list. 6. Show that the membership of the petitioning group is composed principally of persons who are not members of any acknowledged North American Indian tribe. And, last, 7. Demonstrate that neither the petitioner nor its members are subject of congressional legislation that has expressly terminated or forbidden the federal relationship.
Period. Okay. I'm going to get back into this. This will be in the next book drop on the Indian information, but I'm definitely about to get into this next information, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I'm at the right page. Okay. All right, here we go. Passing of a continent. This is about to be a great one. So y'all can see this BS for itself. It's so much information here, but I'm going to start here, starting with passing in the American context. Very astute to the information on these Black and white natives, Pay close attention, guys. Let's go.
Passing in the American context, the mobility, transgressions, and multiple racial categories of light-skinned people expose the fluid nature of U.S. racial taxonomies and the burden of their controversial meaning. Even long ago, different perceptions of the category of mixed race dictated how biracial and mestizo should be understood. Just a look at Thomas Jefferson's 1785 stigma on the problem of miscegenation reveals the full extent of this threat to the white man's supremacy. The main difference between historical constructions of the black/white and the mestizo identification is that while in the Hispanic context the principle of limpieza de sangre is easily overcome through behavior, class improvement, or even purchase, and mestizaje is a source of pride, black-white racial mixture has only had negative connotations. In the Anglo-American context, before 19th and 20th century segregation and one-drop rule laws, whenever free people exhibited fair looks and appropriate behavior, they were assimilated. Only in a place where the idea that any African ancestry marked a person as different would this be defined as passing. In Louisiana, for example, passers were referred to as passé blanc. However, it was the legal definition of race and the economic restrictions for African Americans under slavery, followed by Jim Crow and segregation, that caused the highest percentage of recorded racial passing, from black to white, as Ellen Craft, c. 1826 to 1891, and her husband did in their 1848 quest for freedom. Racial passing can occur when a person who is legally classified as a member of a particular race does not exhibit its typical physical characteristics. As a consequence of the notorious one-drop rule, according to which 1 drop of Negro blood sufficed to make a person a Negro, a rule uniformly accepted from the 19th century, a person with even a single African American grandparent was legally classified as black. However, as a result of interracial procreation, many black people can be physically white, with fair skin, light hair, and blue or green eyes. Because the American racial system was largely based on visual clues, such a person might function within the culture as white, as long as his or her African American heritage was not publicly known. Conversely, a white person with a very small number of black progenitors might choose to declare his or her belonging to the African American group. Such was the case of the writer and activist Walter Francis White, 1893 to 1955, author of Flight, 1926, whose ancestry included 27 white great-great-great-grandparents and only 5 classified as black. But this is a form of passing that rarely occurs. In his autobiography A Man Called White, 1948, White makes clear that the origin of his uncommon decision to be identified as an African American was due to the terrifying assault 296 to his house that took place during the Atlanta riots of 1906 when he was 13, for no other reason than race and racism, p3. In spite of his looks, which included blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes,
Let's run that back
always
one more
refused
time.
to repudiate his, but this is conversely, physically white, with fair skin, light hair, and blue or green eyes. Because the American racial system was largely based on visual clues, such a person might function within the culture as white, as long as his or her African American heritage was not publicly known. Conversely, a white person with a very small number of black progenitors might choose to declare his or her belonging to the African American group. Such was the case of the writer and activist Walter Francis White, 1893 to 1955, author of Flight,
Black
1926.
Black
ancestry included 27 white great-great-great-grandparents and only 5 classified as black. But this is a form of passing that rarely occurs. In his autobiography A Man Called White, 1948, White makes clear that the origin of his uncommon decision to be identified as an African American was due to the terrifying assault 296 to his house that took place during the Atlanta riots of 1906 when he was 13, for no other reason than race and racism, p3. In spite of his looks, which included blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes, White always refused to repudiate his African American identity, except on very rare occasions. In the earlier stages of his career as chief executive of the NAACP,
Chief
for example,
executive.
when carrying out research work on lynchings and other race crimes in the South, he passed as white to protect himself. The renowned New York Times journalist Anatole Broyard, 1920 to 1990, whose looks attested to a white identity, chose differently. He moved north, passing as white for the rest of his life and refusing to inform even his children of his African American ascendancy. Unlike a person who mistakenly thinks of himself as white, Broyard was consciously engaged in concealment. His life may have inspired Philip Roth's novel The Human Stain.
A black native with white skin and blue and green eyes. They were around fluently. Believe it or not, somebody that might be screaming and yelling at you and calling you an Nigger in your face, or telling you go back to Africa or something of the sort, may very well be one of these Africans. Do y'all hear this? I keep trying to tell y'all. Pioneersmen, homesteaders, frontiersmen.
1000. The story of an African American who passes for a Jew.
Evil ass people.
Due to the secretive nature of the phenomenon, estimates regarding the incidence of passing are vague, because only unsuccessful passers are ready to share their experience, while those who take.
And mind you, the people that argue with people about these Moors, right? They'll say, oh, the Moors, like, oh, it's white Moors. This, that. They're not really white Moors. They're not white Moors, right? Because they have different ancestry. This is part of the game. They're the ones, just like Du Bois. They are the ones that say, oh, we're African. Yes, they're Africans. And they are Moors, and they set up this NAACP. You heard them mention the lynch, and I told y'all he was supposed to do something with Ida B. Wells. He had her come all the way to Chicago, set up the NAACP, and stun it on her. They did not want the information out about the lynchings because his people, the frontiersmen, pioneersmen, were all plotting and taking the lands. They were a part of what was going on with the lynching. The Black Klansmen, come on, y'all. The so-called Black Klansmen were pale-skinned Black natives. I just read y'all something on that the other day. I said I'm gonna come back with the finishing of that. But yeah, pay attention, y'all.
Advantage of passing are less likely to make it known. In the United States, figures range from 5 million, as estimated in 1948 by R.O.I. Audley, 1906 to 1960, to Walter White's rough estimate in 1947 of 12,000 Negroes who annually disappeared into white society. Other estimates were considerably lower, but it is unquestionable that in the mid-20th century, large numbers of African Americans were passing. Besides the occasional cases of whites who passed for black for professional reasons, some whites cosmetically altered their skin color for research purposes, as the journalist John Howard Griffin, 1920 to 1980, did in 1959 when conducting research for Black Like Me, 1961. Similar cases include women artists, especially jazz musicians, who passed for male to avoid gender discrimination. Segregationists condemned passing, fearing the threat it might cast upon the very foundations of the nation. However, white supremacists were not the only ones to stigmatize passers. Many blacks rejected passing as a betrayal of group loyalty. Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, 1825 to 1911, makes this point clear in her renowned narrative Jola Leroy, 1892, in which the heroine repeatedly and adamantly refuses to pass. Many other narratives, including Frank J. Webb's The Garys and Their Friends, 1857, confirm the assumption that passing can be a spurious remedy that is far worse than the fate from which the passer tries to escape. Gender-related passing. If the elements of our identity are potentially questionable, what happens to the other categories such as power, class, education, master, and servant to which we feel we unhesitatingly belong? In the past, women passed as men so they could move around safely or enter the army or navy. Examples of this practice include Catalina de Iraso, known as the nun lieutenant, in 17th century Spain, Joan of Arc in 15th century France, Anna Snell, who in the 18th century joined the British Navy, and Dorothy Lawrence, who fought for the British as a man in World War I, 1914 to 1918. In spite of the conservative, patriarchal trends that characterized most European cultures, Polyphonic cross-dressing became very common in England and Spain at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th centuries, notwithstanding the fact that in Renaissance England, women were not allowed to perform on stage, unlike in Spain. Though heavily criticized, polyphonic cross-dressing became a means to usurp a cruel husband, or, for a prostitute, a way to avoid being caught. In the works of Edmund Spenser, 1552 to 1599, and especially William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616, feminine characters adopted cross-dressing whenever they had to carry out difficult tasks. During the 19th and well into the 20th century in Europe, the adoption of a male pseudonym was the natural disguise for women who wanted to be accepted as writers, without the usual skepticism that a woman could write at all, much less do it well. The most famous examples include the French writer George Sand, a mantinore Lucille de Pen, 1804 to 1876, who also dressed as a man, the English novelist George Eliot, Mary Ann Evans, 1819 to 1880, the Danish writer Isaac Dinesen, Karen Blixen, 1885 to 1962, and the Bronte sisters, Charlotte, 1816 to 1855, Emily, 1818 to 1848, and Anne, 1820 to 1849, who wrote, respectively, as Currer, Ellis, and Acton Bell. Here, as in the cases of transvestism, identity is questioned, and, above all, male power and authority are subverted and destabilized. Truth and illusion are caught up in an endless mirroring and confrontation. Feminist scholar Judith Butler questions such statements as "I look like a female, but inside my essence is masculine, and my outside appearance is masculine, but my inside essence is feminine" as inconsistent and contradictory, since, in her opinion, gender significations are displaced from the discourse of truth and falsity, 2004, p. 111, which further deepens, if possible, the widespread controversy. The social and psychological consequences of passing. Can the practice of passing in a single field affect other categories, and, if so, to what extent? According to Anna Kamadi Hostert, 2007, one of many scholars who have analyzed the social and psychological consequences of Encyclopedia of Race and Racism, 2nd edition. Passing, the most interesting phase is not the starting point or the resulting goal, but rather the experience the individual undergoes when he or she decides to redefine his or her identity within a given society. Kamadi Hostert seems to hint at a kind of deterritorialization of both the self and its social practices, a way to oppose any form of binary thinking and particularly cultural barriers. However, if for whites passing has represented a Kamadi Hostert seems to hint at a kind of deterritorialization of both the self and its social practices, a way to oppose any form of binary thinking and particularly cultural barriers.
Opposing binary
for
thinking.
whites passing has represented a way to grotesquely express a certain degree of sophistication or modernity, for blacks the price was high, because passing usually meant ending all communication with black relatives and friends. Furthermore, passers were often haunted by the threat of exposure and suffered under a burden of silence when encountering a black family member. Additionally, to avoid suspicion, they often had to remain silent on delicate issues, especially when they became involved in conversations that elicited racist views or encouraged expressions of white supremacy. Such reticence sometimes led to feelings of remorse for the loss of their black community or guilt over abandoning their race. The practice of passing, made necessary in societies where discrimination was the rule, sharpened the anguish that usually accompanies the lives of African Americans in the hostile white environment. Following on W.E.B. Du Bois' 1868 to 1963 definition of this duplicity, the more general question to be asked is how to solve the conflict between authenticity and the false self-consciousness brought about by seeing oneself through the eyes of others. Is there a true self, or are people composed of the shifting roles that such complex societies impose? Depictions of passing in literature and film. The literary figure of an individual who engages in passing occupied a central position in the imagination of American writers, both white and black, starting from the mid-19th century, reaching a peak in the first decades of the Harlem Renaissance. Such characters appeared less often after the U.S. Supreme Court's 1967 decision in Loving v. Virginia, which declared Virginia's anti-miscegenation statute unconstitutional. But as Daniel G. Renfro, 2004, has demonstrated, passing has not disappeared, but continues to be an important form of identity negotiation and self-mirroring, differing only in the new shapes it now takes. The sacrifice, denial, tension, and subversiveness surrounding passing made excellent material for writers. Its incorporation into a plot gave an author a way to expose the illusion of separate, biologically distinct, unequal races that mix through amalgamation. Several black writers were also influenced by Dubois' concept of the talented tenth and Alain Locke's 1886 to 1954 notion of the new Negro, and accordingly took up the idea of passing, treating it in various ways in their writing. Some represented passing as righteous and as advantageous to a character who had been raised as white and had little or no connection to blacks, while others represented passing as an act of betrayal, regardless of how remote a character's connection to black people might be. The trope of the so-called tragic mulatto stems from the adverse destiny that often concluded many passing experiences. The analysis of the representation of ethnic mixage in Werner Soller's Neither Black Nor White Yet Both, 1997, refers primarily to Sterling Brown's 1901 to 1989 evaluation of the literary treatment reserved for the mulatto figure, which Brown argued did not represent the real gamut of Negro life and character. Brown 1937-1969, p. 46. In Brown's opinion, along with an artificial gender bias, the vague interest in the drama of the Negro middle class was confronted with a romantic emphasis on miscegenation rather than with more essential problematics. Thus the tragic mulatto conflict was believed to stem from biology and blood, while non-mixed Negroes were no theme for tragedy. Solers 1997, p. 226. Solers argues that the entire discussion surrounding mulatto characters in the works of such white writers as George Washington Cable, 1844 to 1925, Mark Twain, 1835 to 1910, and William Dean Howells, 1837-1920, which partially attributed the reader's sympathies for the mulatto to his or her lack of color, is heavily affected by the stereotype itself. The discussion only became balanced in 1978 when Judith Berzin re-established the general sense that the tragic mulatto was usually a product of the white man's imagination. Solers 1997, p. 226. Among the many romanticized and schematic renditions of this figure, Charles Chesnutt's 1858 to 1932 stands out in deftly sailing between conformity, harsh critique, and sharp insight. Solers concludes by recalling that unmasking fictional embodiments of the tragic mulatto stereotype was a novel point when Brown defined it 60 years earlier, but nowadays invoking the stereotype verges on becoming a stereotype itself. As M. Julia Fabi, 2001, has also authoritatively demonstrated, many 19th century and early 20th century African American authors, from William Wells Brown, c. 1814-1884, Charles Chesnutt, Francis Harper, 1825 to 1911, and Sutton Griggs, 1872 to 1933, to James Weldon Johnson, 1871 to 1938, transformed traditional representations of blackness, moving beyond the tragic mulatto motif. In Fabi's view, these authors, challenging the myths of racial purity and the color line, explored the phenomenon of passing to celebrate a distinctive African American history, culture, and worldview. While Chesnutt, especially in The House Behind the Cedars, 1900, used passing as both a structural and a thematic element, Johnson's innovation in the autobiography of an ex-colored man, 1912, was expressed through parody, as he presented the decision to pass not as the cause of social and cultural alienation but as its result. Hortense J. Spiller suggests that the mulatto figure is more of a semantic marker than a real signified. As such, it bears the traces of the illicitness of violent minglings of bloodlines that a simplified cultural patrimony wishes to deny. Spiller's 2003, p. 303, among the many passing novels set in New York, Jessie Fauset's Plum Bun, 1928, is a remarkable example, while Nella Larsen's Passing, 1929, offers the most sophisticated fictional treatment of the motif. In Larsen's portrayal of hegemonic society, both racial and gender passing are sources of cultural anxiety. For her, both non-white and woman are sites of difference that affirm the priority of white and man. Through the complex characterization of two protagonists who hold antithetical positions in terms of the social and personal possibilities provided by their light complexion, Larsen unfolds the old process of cultural encoding of ethnic multiplicity and the challenge of being able to freely express femininity and seduction without encountering dehumanizing prejudice. In Passing, the aura of tragic ambiguity and the fallacy of any certainty never fall prey to simplification and banality, with the narrative maintaining its puzzling undecidability until the open finale, with the rigorous pace of a masterpiece. Contemporary passing themes also appear in Danzy Senna's novel Caucasia, 1998, as well as Roth's Human Stain, which was made into a movie in 2003. A famous theatrical production using the passing theme was the musical Showboat, a 1927 transposition by Jerome Kern and Oscar Hammerstein of Edna Ferber's 1926 novel. Other works that explored the theme of passing include Black Boy, a 1926 Broadway play that starred Paul Robeson and Freddie Washington, who would later appear as the light-skinned Viola in the 1934 film Imitation of Life. Based on Fannie Hurst's 1933 novel, a second film version appeared in 1959. The 1949 film Pinky, about a young woman who returns to the South after passing for white in the North, was nominated for several Academy Awards. Grotesque and ironic passing is also explored in Yvonne Dixon's 1973 film The Spook Who Sat by the Door, 1973, based on the 1969 novel by Sam Greenlee, in which camouflage helps a guerrilla group avoid being identified after a robbery. More recent cinematic examples include a white blonde actor who undergoes plastic surgery to portray a black soldier in the comedy Tropic Thunder, 2008, and two black FBI agents who successfully pass as white women in White Chicks, 2004. See also biracialism, blood purity laws, colorism, mulatto escape hatch, racial purity, U.S., 1900 to 1910, skin color. Bibliography Andrews, William L., ed. 1996 The Oxford Frederick Douglass Reader. New York, Oxford University Press. Baldwin, James. 1955, 1984. Everybody's Protest Novel. In Notes of a Native Son. Boston, Beacon. Baldwin, James. 1956, 2001. Giovanni's Room. New York, Modern Library. Berzin, Judith R. 1978. Neither White Nor Black, the Mulatto Character in American Fiction. New York, New York University Press. Bost, Suzanne. 2003 Mulattas and Mestizas, Representing Mixed Identities in the Americas, 1850 to 2000. Athens, University of Georgia Press. Brown, Sterling Allen. 1937, 1969. The Negro in American Fiction, Negro Poetry and Drama. New York, Arno Press.
I'm back, guys. I was faking
William Wells. 1853, 1984. Clotel, or The President's Daughter,
That's
a narrative of slave life in the United States. Salem, New Hampshire, Air. Butler, Judith. 1990 Gender Trouble, Feminism and the Subversion of Identity. New York, Routledge.
We're going to
Butler,
fast forward
Judith.
past some of these books.
New York, Dubois,
Get to some more meat.
Gates, 1912, New York, McDowell, New York, Otley, New York, 9, Solers, Chicago, New York, Toomer, 1948, A Man Called White, The Autobiography of Walter White, New York, Viking. Paola Boi, 2013, The University of Cagliari, Italy. The Passing of the Great Race. The 1916 publication of Madison Grant's The Passing of the Great Race was a critical moment in the history of scientific racism. Grant brought together a diverse set of themes from late 19th and early 20th century anthropology, history, craniometry, and prehistory in a way that spoke to emerging American nativism and immigration fears. Although only 17,000 copies were sold in the United States, the book remained highly influential for generations of eugenicists, Nordicists, National Socialists, Nazis, and segregationists. Madison Grant, 1865 to 1937, was a socially prominent New York lawyer, eugenicist, amateur naturalist,
the Free State of Jones,
and
that's my family.
He helped found the Bronx
Free State of
and
Jones,
served as
my
trustee
family.
of the American Museum of Natural History and head of the New York Zoological Society. A friend of Presidents Theodore Roosevelt and Herbert Hoover, Grant helped establish the national park system in the United States and helped save a number of species from extinction.
Really?
His concept of stewardship over the natural world included stewardship over human stock.
Listen.
As immigration rose rapidly in the 1880s and 1890s and shifted from northern to southern and eastern Europe, Grant became increasingly alarmed that the original Native American of Northern European descent would be outbred and interbred.
Native American of Northern European descent. Native Americans of Northern European descent. This next paragraph, listen to it very intensely as well. Northern European descent would be outbred and interbred with the inferior races, which is who? Us. They're talking about the Polish Jews he encountered in New York. How the hell they the inferior race in New York? New York was our people, even in the 1800s. Stop playing. Pay attention.
With inferior races, such as the Polish Jews he encountered in New York. Grant was most heavily influenced by William Z. Ripley, 1867 to 1941, who subdivided the Caucasian race into Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean.
Into who?
1899.
Into who? Hold on. I'll make sure you heard that. The most heavily influenced by William Z. Ripley. Ripley's, believe it or not, who subdivided the Caucasian race into Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean in 1889. We put this in the chat for y'all, for anybody that come in late. Make sure y'all get this point.
Races evolved under particular climatic and geographical conditions.
The Teutonics.
Each with a typical set of physical, psychological, and moral characteristics. Grant, who was also influenced by the work of Georges Vacher de Lafont, New York. Grant was most heavily influenced by William Z. Ripley, 1867 to 1941, who subdivided the Caucasian race into Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean, 1899. Both men maintained the races evolved under particular climatic and geographical conditions, each with a typical set of physical, psychological, and moral characteristics. Grant, who was also influenced by the work of Georges Vacher de Lafont, Comte Arthur de Gobineau, and Houston Stewart Chamberlain, changed Teutonic to Nordic, thus avoiding the anti-German sentiment of World War I.
Teutonic to what?
Grant retained the identification of Nordics as ideally dolichocephalic, long-headed, tall, blonde, blue or gray-eyed. Grant, who was also influenced by the work of Georges Vacher de Lafont, Comte Arthur de Gobineau, and Houston Stewart Chamberlain, changed Teutonic to Nordic, thus avoiding the anti-German sentiment of World War I. Grant retained the identification of Nordics as ideally dolichocephalic, long-headed, tall, blonde, blue or gray-eyed, wavy-haired.
Sound like them Negroes, huh? Sound like them Negroes.
Hard winters had eliminated defectives and given Nordics superior industry, energy, forethought, and virility, and superior skill as explorers, hunters, soldiers, leaders, and organizers. Grant claimed a firm scientific grounding for his assertions and argued that older religious ideas of the unity and equality of peoples were dangerous and sentimental, as was charity that encouraged reproduction by the unfit. For some races,
That's right.
such as the Negro or the Indian, education only affected the individual, and when the influence of the dominant, Nordic, race was removed, the inferior race reverted to his ancestral grade of culture, p. 69. Free interbreeding must be stopped, or the great race, the Nordic race, will pass into history. Democracy, allowing the unfit to vote and to select leaders other than Nordics, was also a threat to the progress of civilization and Nordic survival. Although much of the book discusses prehistory and Nordic migrations, the passing of the great race was primarily a demonstration of the racial interpretation of history, that is, that the fate and fortunes of past civilizations depended on their racial characteristics and racial purity. Grant's guiding principle was that when races interbred, the mixture always reflected the lower race by a process of reversion. Any cross of a white man with a Negro or Jew was, for Grant, always a Negro or Jew. Although races were identified by clusters of physical characteristics, Grant also relied on individual or cultural achievements as the final evidence of Nordic blood. Thus for Rome, its love of organization, of law, and military efficiency, as well as the Roman ideals of family life, loyalty, and truth, point clearly to a Nordic rather than to a Mediterranean origin, p. 139. The great Italians of the Renaissance were of Nordic, largely Gothic and Lombard, blood, a fact easily recognized by a close inspection of busts or portraits in North Italy. Dante, Raphael, Titian, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci were all of Nordic type, p. 191. The passing of the great race received generally positive reviews from both academics and the popular press, with the exception of a strong critique by the German-born American anthropologist Franz Boas, Alexander 1962. The book played an important role in the immigration debates leading up to the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924 that severely limited non-Nordic entry to the United States, Spiro 2009. These efforts were given additional support by the psychologist Carl Brigham's analysis of World War I Army intelligence test data, based on Grant's approach to race. Brigham asserted that the test scores were closely related to the degree of Nordic blood, a conclusion he later repudiated. The passing of the great race was published in Germany, Britain, France, and Norway. Grant's recommendations for forced sterilization and obliteration of the unfit, p. 45, provided welcome support for the proposals of leading German eugenicists. According to Pathology, Dysfunction, and Inequality Stefan Kohl, Hitler wrote to Grant to thank him for the passing of the great race, which he described as his Bible, 1994, p. 18. Grant assisted the supporters of Virginia's 1924 Racial Integrity Act, which used a one-drop rule of racial classification. He encouraged the work of segregationists, Ku Klux Klan leaders, and those hoping to repatriate Black Americans to Africa, such as Ernest Severe Cox, Jackson, and Winston 2009.
Y'all hear it.
Even after World War II,
Thank you,
Grant's
baby.
work,
Appreciate
presented
you.
as the forward-looking ideas of a true American, was invoked in the fight against civil rights. Contemporary neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups such as the National Alliance and Stormfront continue to promote the passing of the great race as a foundation for their ideas. See also Black immigration, eugenics. Bibliography Alexander, Charles C. 1962. Prophet of American Racism, Madison Grant and the Nordic Myth. Phylon 23, 173-90. Grant, Madison. 1916 The Passing of the Great Race, or, The Racial Basis of European History. New York, Scribners. Jackson, John P. Jr., and Andrew S. Winston. 2009. The Last Repatriationist, The Career of Ernest Severe Cox. In Race and Science, Scientific Challenges to Racism in Modern America, edited by Hamilton Cravens and Paul Farber, pp. 58-80 Corvallis, Oregon State University Press. Kuhl, Stefan. 1994. The Nazi Connection, Eugenics, American Racism, and German National Socialism. New York, Oxford University Press. Ripley, William. Z 1899. The Races of Europe, A Sociological Study. New York, D. Appleton and Co-Spiro, Jonathan Peter. 2009. Defending the Master Race, Conservation, Eugenics, and the Legacy of Madison Grant. Burlington, University of Vermont Press. Andrew S. Winston, 2013, University of Guelph, on Canada Pathology, Dysfunction, and Inequality. The ultimate result of racism is inequality in
Yup,
every
it's
indicator of
over.
social status and well-being,
We see y'all
including
bullshit.
wages,
It's exposed.
income, wealth, educational attainment, levels of employment, incarceration rates, and health outcomes.
Not incarceration
Attempting
rate.
to identify the underlying contributing factors or causes of racial inequality has long been the focus of scholars in the social sciences. This area of study has evolved in progressive cycles, where researchers develop theories that gain in popularity, after which the theories are debated in scholarly publications, eventually become discredited, and are ultimately replaced as newer perspectives garner more adherents and proponents. Three main approaches to explaining inequality are biogenetic determinism, a theory that is in the discredited stage, cultural determinism, a theory that is commonly accepted, and stratification economics, an emerging theory. The focus here is an examination of how the second theory, in which inequality is viewed as an outcome of group pathology and dysfunction, is a form of academic racism based on poorly constructed, incomplete, and biased analyses. Prior to World War II, 1939 to 1945, and the Civil Rights Movement, researchers turned to biogenetic determinism to explain racial and ethnic inequality.
That's right, sis.
This theory held that human behavior was shaped by individual genotypes rather than by culture, environment, society, or choices. Biogenetic determinism suggested that racial/ethnic differences in academic achievement were indicative of innate intelligence. According to the theory, group failure to achieve economic success is linked to intellectual inferiority, and not connected to economic, structural, or historical forces. In terms of the United States, the theory behind biogenetic determinism postulated that African Americans were intellectually inferior to Anglo-Americans. In the 1960s, anthropologists and scientists provided evidence to discredit the biological explanation for race. During the same period, the world shifted toward anti-racism and to movements to remove overt racism. The combination of newfound evidence debunking biogenetic determinism and social activism against racism gave way to the emergence of a new paradigm, cultural determinism. In the context of inequality, the term race was replaced with culture.
Opinion. Theories are
race alone no longer
the only thing that
inequality.
is fact.
Instead, cultural deficits shared by members of racial or ethnic groups
exactly what you said. I want to clarify some on this. It's the only thing that are facts. Theories are their opinion, correct? Theories are scientific, developments that they come up with. Like they said, they plan these things for their theories. The only thing that is a fact is a theorem, T-H-E-R-U-M. A theorem is a pure fact. Everything in science and based off their reality is all theory. They tell you it's all theory.
Factors for gaps in intergroup social and economic achievement. Proponents of cultural determinism explore the relationships between the labor market or other outcomes and cultural factors, such as beliefs, values, and family structure. The theory suggests that economic inequality can be explained by cultural differences between the dominant majority and the subordinate minority, and because culture can be learned or acquired, the solution to racial/ethnic inequality is cultural assimilation. Moynihan versus Ryan. The classic breach in acceptance of cultural determinism. Key to the development of the culturally deterministic perspective was sociologist Daniel Patrick Moynihan's 1965 report, The Negro Family, The Case for National Action. Moynihan, Assistant Secretary of Labor during the Lyndon Johnson administration and later a U.S. Senator from New York, expressed his belief that cultural factors were the main impediments to African American Prog 302 res. He described African American families as not inferior to Anglo-American families, but as relatively pathological and dysfunctional. Moynihan's argument gave wind to a line of research using this perspective to explain the persistent disparity in income and educational achievement. According to Moynihan, the matriarchal structure of African American families creates a culture of poverty, and children raised within this culture perform poorly at school. From Moynihan's perspective, at the heart of the deterioration of the fabric of Negro society is the deterioration of the Negro family. Moynihan 1965, p. 5. In his view, all efforts to eliminate discrimination and poverty would be futile unless the family structure was repaired. Immediately after the publication of the Moynihan Report, psychologist William Ryan was among the first to criticize this approach to explaining racial inequality in the United States. In 1971, Ryan formalized what is now considered a classical breach in perspectives with the publication of Blaming the Victim. Ryan accused Moynihan of creating a whole new set of group stereotypes which support the notion that Negro culture produces a weak and disorganized form of family life, which in turn is a major factor in maintaining Negro inequality. 1971, p. 62. Instead, Ryan asserts that the basic problem is still centered in the white racist society that oppresses the Negro and that the solution lies in action to change the balance of power, to change the nature of black-white relationships. Achieving equality is an action to be taken, not a condition to be received. p. 85.
Hey, sis.
Cultural determinism as academic racism overall. Adherents of cultural determinism focus on improving group outcomes through efforts to remediate group pathology and dysfunction. In other words, the starting assumption is that members of the group, on average, have developed values, attitudes, and cultural mores that are flawed and, ultimately, self-destructive. Underlying the analysis is the basic premise that individuals choose their identities and in doing so, opt into success or failure. More often than not, proponents of cultural determinism tend to omit from consideration the contributions of scholars such as Ronald Takeke, 1979, and George Fredrickson, 1981, who provided detailed historical analyses of the interrelationships among racial identity, economic development, and cultural change. Two major studies by widely respected authors exemplify this approach. The first, Thomas Sowell's Race and Culture, A Worldview, 1994, explains that differences in productive skills and cultural values are the key to understanding the advancement or regression of ethnic groups. Cultural capital derives from an ethnic group's shared skills and values rather than from politics, environmental factors, and genetics. In Sowell's view, the assumption that environmental conditions are the determining factors of a group's success or failure, I
want y'all to hear this before we get
considerably lower than arrest rates. Although a simple example, discriminatory reporting of arrests for violent crimes. Table 1 reports data on arrests associated with violent crimes from the U.S. Bureau of Justice Statistics, Snyder and Maleko Wangota. Although the data in the example are from 2009, relative rates for all available years are similar. Academic discussion of violent crimes tends to focus on published arrest rates per a set number of people in that particular population group, but it is important to keep in mind that conviction and incarceration rates are considerably lower than arrest rates. The group arrest rate by race can be viewed as alarming since the rate for blacks is almost 4 times the rate for whites and almost 3 times the rate for the entire population. Given these statistics, it is not surprising that a common perception in the United States is that blacks tend to be more violent than whites. Many discussions focus on this particular flaw in black culture. Researchers strive to find remedies for the group pathology, identifying students as at risk and structuring programs based on racial group averages rather than on assessment and recognition of individual potential. One mistake in this reasoning is that the use of group-based rates exaggerates the magnitude of the problem. These rates apply to units of 100,000. Thus, the interpretation of the rates given in the first column is For every 100,000 whites in 2009, approximately 160 were arrested for violent crimes, compared to 623 for every 100,000 blacks.
That's right.
Reporting rates in this way gives the impression
Let's
that
prove
blacks
it.
are almost 4 times more likely to be arrested than whites. The actual numbers of people arrested that year, as indicated in the table's number of people arrested column, are relatively small for both percentage white one, the group arrest rate for Snyder and Millet groups. But the fact is that most of the people arrested for violent crimes were white. The actual proportion of the black population that was arrested is very small, less than 1/1,00001%.
Less than 1%. Yeah.
A more accurate way to interpret this group arrest rate, suggested by Ryan, 1971, would be to point out that more than 99.99% of blacks in 2009 were not arrested for violent crimes. Moreover,
We're not
the
animals.
total arrest rate in the last column of Table 1, which is based on the total U.S. population, indicates that of the small proportion of people who were arrested in 2009, the arrest rate is 1.6 times higher for whites than for blacks. One conclusion that can be drawn from the data summarized in the table is that, in 2009, a person arrested for a violent crime in the United States was more likely to be white than black. The academic practice of identifying racial group characteristics based on relative group rates can be viewed as misleading and can be considered a form of academic racism. International applications of cultural determinism. In addition to numerous studies of racially based inequality in the United States, variations of the group-based pathology/dysfunction argument have been used to explain inequality worldwide, such as in France, the Netherlands, Vietnam, and Brazil. The ethnic divide in France, in terms of labor market outcomes, has been explained by cultural attributes. As described by authors Roxana Silberman, Richard Alba, and Irena Fournier, 2007, minority immigrant groups, particularly those from Northern Africa, are said to have deep-seated cultural difficulties that preclude success in the French labor force. Similarly, labor market disparities in the Netherlands between immigrant groups and the native Dutch have raised questions regarding segmented assimilation of immigrants. Willibert de Graaf and Kai van Zanderen, 2009, discuss how the difficulties that second-generation youth face in assimilating have been attributed by some to an inability to fully adopt cultural norms. Implicit is the suggestion that immigrant groups are responsible for their own exclusion.
They're responsible for their own exclusion. Well, exclude your ass on out of here. Why don't you? Okay, guys, let's get to the next book. I know we went over the Chickahominy group, and I wanted you guys to see some more on the federally recognition on the some of these Florida Indians. Let's get to it. Same similar ruling. I want y'all to see this.
And finally, the bill provides the certainty of federal acknowledgement. While we fully expect the department to affirm it favorable finding, particularly since to the best of our knowledge no party has submitted a single historical record that would undermine Interior's previous findings, such certainty is understandably important. For almost 100 years we have relied on the federal government's promises to take the steps necessary to recognize our government and secure a home for our people. We often get so very close and then something goes awry. This legislation is your opportunity to ensure that previous mistakes are not repeated. Every day that passes has concrete impacts on the tribe. For example, even though we are eligible for Indian healthcare services, for several years now over 1,200 Little Shell members have been taken off of the Indian Health Service rolls because they were not on the original roll the Little Shell tribe presented to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1989.
Shell tribe.
Not even born at the time of the original roll or are not on the rolls because of clerical oversight. Federal recognition would alleviate the situation and ensure that all of our tribal members receive necessary health services. TV. Conclusion: I greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide this committee with an overview of our history, our experience with the federal acknowledgement process, and why this honorable committee should favorably report S. 724 out of committee.
Come on.
I am happy to answer any questions from the committee. The chairman. Chairman Sinclair, thank you very much for your testimony. I understand the passion and the emotion, and I very much appreciate your being here today on behalf of your tribe. Next we will hear from Chairperson Ann Tucker, from the Muskogee Nation of Florida in Bruce, Florida. Chairperson Tucker, thank you for being here. Statement of Han. Ann Denson Tucker, Chairwoman, Muskogee Nation of Florida. Ms. Tucker. Chairman Dorgan, Vice Chairwoman Murkowski, members of the committee, I am Chairwoman Ann Denson Tucker of the Muskogee Nation of Florida. I am honored to represent my tribal government and my people on the subject of federal recognition. As petitioner number 32 in the Office of Federal Acknowledgement,
That's right.
we now have the dubious distinction of being one of the 3 oldest petitioners. We have seen many things. This year marks 60 years since the longest-serving community leader, my great-grandfather, wrote to the BIA and explained that our people should share in land claim settlements under the Treaty of Fort Jackson. The BIA's written response, well, you are mistaken, you cannot possibly be who you say you are, because the members of that tribe are either dead or removed. 10 years later, the BIA admitted they were wrong. But it took until 1971 to receive a notice of settlement. By then, my great-grandfather had been dead for 2 years. Telling you this today is important, because in 1852, state law made it illegal to be an Indian living freely in the state of Florida. So the settlement letter was our mechanism to confirm our racial identification in a place where Jim Crow laws had forced us to become either white or black. Indian wasn't allowed where we lived. And I guess today that would be called ethnic cleansing. We continued with the petition submitted in the mid to late 1970s. That was returned because the rules had been restated. And we started again. But in our case, this federal recognition is not only about self-determination. It is about our very survival as a community of Indian people. My tribe has the same desperate needs that it had 30 years ago. Little has changed in this respect. But the urban sprawl of the Gulf of Mexico coastline has pushed newcomers into the rural interior, and that seriously threatens our community's integrity. It has come at us from all sides, and we are running out of time. We cannot afford property taxes that come with coastal subdivisions. It is a way of life that we have never had to be a part of, so in our world, we worry about where are we supposed to remove to this time, when we are priced out of our homeland and still waiting for an answer from the other. Time, a lack of money, new precedents, urban sprawl, inaction when this process first needed fixing, these are our enemies. It is our understanding that you want to know why our tribe came to this committee with legislation. We are here because no American, particularly the first Americans, should have to wait across generations to be recognized.
What? Say that again.
We are a poor community.
What'd he say?
We have no more resources to battle the
What'd he say?
There are no grants that pay for recognition. There is no grandfathering in. Old tribes must follow current regulations without regard to what the regulations were when we started. There is little to no staff assistance, no written communication. Our universe becomes 100 years of 10-year increments, scanned and digitized, sorted 4 ways and subject to interpretation by people who have never left their office to understand the nature of our community. For them, our world is a paper trail put together by highly educated and expensive professionals. But that is not our world. We have buried 2 generations of people waiting for self-determination. I would like to not have to bury the last survivors of the 3rd generation. They are in their 80s. So I am here. I have traveled from Bruce, Florida to tell you that we are a 150-year-old community of this country's indigenous people, and we are still waiting for justice. Our quality of life matters. The preservation of our culture and our tradition matters. Righting a 150-year-old wrong matters, and it matters now. It doesn't matter 10 years from now when a limping agency can maybe make a decision that may or may not be just and may or may not be reversed. We are here because we are an Indian government. We are a people who have managed to survive Andrew Jackson as a territorial governor. We have survived Indian removal and genocide, the Civil War, the Jim Crow laws, and a battle to prove that we were not eradicated. We still exist. These things we have faced and survived for 150 years as an Indian community. But if we cannot get resolutions to problems inherent in the OTTAWA process, we honestly do not believe that our tribal population will survive federal recognition. From the age of 4, when I remember my first council meeting, it was taught to me that Congress is where tribal governments go to seek relief for their people. It is as you said. Chairman Dorgan, you can delegate authority, but you cannot delegate responsibility. On behalf of the tribal government and the people of the Muskogee Nation of Florida, thank you for allowing our voice to be heard today. The prepared statement of Ms. Tucker follows prepared statement of Honorable Ann Denson Tucker, Chairwoman, Muskogee Nation of Florida. Introduction. Chairman Dorgan, Honorable Committee members, my name is Ann Denson Tucker. I am Chairwoman of the Muskogee Nation of Florida, the Florida Tribe of Eastern Creek Indians. I am honored to be here representing my tribe and my people to testify about my tribe's experience with the federal recognition process. My tribe needs and deserves federal recognition, and we appreciate this committee's interest in reviewing the flaws in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, current recognition procedures. My tribe is not just another victim of the recognition bureaucracy. Petitioner number 32 in the Office of Federal Acknowledgement. We are also the second oldest. We have been trapped in the BIA recognition system since the mid-70s. After filing multiple petitions and surviving a number of rule changes over 25 years, we were finally classified as ready, waiting for active consideration. That was 4 years ago. We are still on the list, without any indication of when the BIA will act on our petition. All told, we have been trapped in BIA's bureaucracy for over 30 years and we have nothing but expense and frustration to show for it.
Nothing.
My tribe has exhausted its resources. It can no longer pursue or respond to the BIA's failed process, a process that requires applicants to redo and refile papers and studies and to comply with rules, regulations, and interpretations that did not exist when our initial application was made, a process whose pace can be characterized, at best, as glacial or, perhaps, as no pace at all. My tribe has worked, waited, struggled, and sacrificed in this process for over 30 years. At every turn, we have learned that the BIA tribal recognition process is enormously burdensome, confusing, and unfair. The recognition process represents a clear failure of the federal government's trust responsibility to Indian tribes and should be addressed by Congress. 2. Background on the Muskogee Nation of Florida. The Muskogee Nation of Florida, also known as the Florida Tribe of Eastern Creek Indians, is a tribe of Creek Indian people whose home is centered in Bruce, in Walton County, Florida. Our ancestors were one of the tribes that made up the historic Creek Confederacy, and were signatories to the 11 treaties with the United States between 1790 and 1833 that led to the Creeks' forced removal from their traditional homelands. In response to attempts to remove our community, our ancestral tribal leaders left their Indian enclave in Daleville, Alabama and followed the Choctawhatchee River south to Bruce Creek, where they re-established our community, traditions, and homes. Since that time 150 years ago, my tribe has lived, fished, hunted, farmed cooperatively, raised cattle, and practiced our traditional ceremonies on this land as a community and as a distinct cultural, social, and political unit. By the time we migrated from Daleville to Bruce, Jim Crow laws had been enacted in Florida. By 1850 it was illegal to trade with Indians. And in 1852, it became illegal under penalty of death for Indians to be Indian, unless the Indian was confined to a reservation. Under the general outlawing of Indians, people could
a lot of Indians would migrate to the reservations then, because it was the only way they were allowed to trade. They weren't able to trade if they were not part of the reservation. If you were individual Indian, your tribe was not federally recognized. It was illegal to trade with the Indians, therefore losing access to everything that we had here. Next thing you know, they turned around in 33 and stole all the gold, took all the gold, which actually incorporated you into the system even more.
Colored, but could not be openly Indian. Because my tribe had no formal reservation, the Jim Crow laws made it nearly impossible for us to openly embrace our cultural heritage and community. We survived until the Jim Crow laws were repealed only by cooperatively maintaining our communal anonymity. Allow me to repeat this. For nearly 100 years our tribe was forced to hide its government, traditional ceremonies, and culture. As a result, under the best of circumstances, satisfying BIA's tribal recognition requirements became difficult. The fact that BIA continuously changes its tribal recognition requirements, and ignores the impact of the Jim Crow laws, has made the task almost impossible. Most of my tribe's members continue to live in and around Bruce, just as our ancestors did after migrating from Alabama. We have lived together, worked together, married one another, and buried one another as a community. We have our own rules and we have our own leaders. We have kept our ways and our ceremonies. We even built our own school in which our people teach our children about our
our own
The
school.
Muskogee Nation of Florida's experience with the recognition process. My tribe's experience with BIA's recognition process is not unique. Let me tell you our story. It has been 60 years since our community leader, my great-grandfather, wrote to the BIA and explained that our people deserved compensation for lands taken under the Treaty of Jackson.
Compensation.
BIA's response, which is on file in the federal archives, was dismissive, declaring curtly, "You are mistaken.
Liar.
You cannot possibly be who you say you are because the members of that tribe are either dead or removed."
Man,
Fast
we gonna get
forward 10
their
years
ass.
to 1957, the same year the Seminole tribe of Florida was granted federal recognition, when the BLA finally acknowledged that it had not rid the southeast of the Florida tribe of Eastern Creek Indians. The same year the Seminole tribe of Florida was granted federal recognition. Fast forward again 14 years, to 1971, when BIA finally verified our racial identification to the U.S. government and, in turn, to the state of Florida. By then, my great-grandfather had been dead for 2 years, and we had already spent 24 years getting the BIA to acknowledge our existence as Indians. Now, 36 years later, I am here to tell you that our Indian community and tribal government are still waiting for the BIA to acknowledge that we are a tribe, and, with no end to the regulatory process in sight, we need Congress to intervene. Because we are one of the oldest tribes still seeking federal recognition, having sought recognition before there even was a formal process, and because we have ridden the tail of the regulatory tiger as it has run haphazardly through change after change, we can offer the following specific examples of some of the problems that have crippled the BIA tribal recognition process. The lack of an accountable standard of interpretation. Staff members' interpretations are inconsistent, and when inconsistencies arise, staff is not accountable. Additionally, in making its findings and final determinations, BIA does not apply the standards set forth in BIA's own regulations, electing, instead, to cite to standards for review and have been developed by academics. Rather than observing the intent and letter of applicable federal regulations, BIA's process has become an ad hoc jumble of regulatory interpretation in which federal regulations are ignored.
I missed it.
Undue influence by parties of interest before a factual determination is made. OFA no longer defers comments by parties opposing acknowledgement petitions until OFA has made its factual determination based on the evidence submitted by the tribe. Protesters now are free to oppose petitions and wage public relations campaigns even before BIA has fully considered the tribe's petition. These activities made it impossible for the process to be a fair, factually based evaluation. OFA's unwillingness to provide documentation that it possesses. The sheer magnitude of the BIA's requirements regarding the format, size, and amount of documentation are not justifiable and cause the cost of preparing filing a petition for acknowledgement prohibitive. To make matters worse, if evidence of conditions precedent to recognition is not available to the tribal petitioner but is in OFA's possession, OTTAWA will reject a tribe's petition for lack of evidence rather than supplementing the tribe's petition with evidence OTTAWA has in its files. Please allow me to identify one final, overarching problem that has impacted us dramatically, the ever-shifting goal line. In 1978, when my tribe filed its first petition for acknowledgement, tribes were not required to do multiple filings. However, my tribe has been required to content. The following is a brief summary of my tribe's efforts to achieve recognition through the administrative process. 1978, the tribe submits an initial petition for recognition. The petition is returned later that year purportedly because of changes to BIA regulations. 1978-1995, the tribe prepared 3 separate petitions for recognition. The first 2 petitions were not submitted because of continuing changes to agency regulations and policies. The third was submitted to BIA in June 1995. 1996, the tribe received a technical assistance letter from BIA requiring additional research and document preparation. The tribe submitted its response in 2002. 2003, the tribe was placed on the ready, waiting for active consideration list.
Waiting for active consideration.
At the same time,
bitch,
the tribe
who the
was
hell is
notified
y'all?
that because of additional changes to agency regulations, the tribe needed to electronically submit in excess of 840,000 pages of documents. 2. The acknowledgement precedent manual offered as a guide has a qualifying statement that its contents do not serve to constrain the staff or any decisions made. 3. Final determinations and other formal findings from OTTAWA cite historical, anthropological, and genealogical standards.
Remove.
The only standards of these type are academic communities, not the reg. Usually file new papers to address changes in BIA's regulations, changes in BIA's internal operating procedures of the BIA, and changes in BIA's own interpretations of evidence in support of our petition that we previously submitted to it. My tribe has expended untold human and financial resources trying to satisfy the BIA. We have been forced by the process to retain attorneys, historians, genealogists, archaeologists, and other experts to satisfy the BIA's requirements and new legal precedents. And we have done it all over again when the BIA's requirements changed. After each attempt, we have been met with new demands and no substantive action. After more than 30 years of trying to satisfy changing BIA demands of our initial petition approaches, it is clear that the BIA's process is patently defective and terminally inefficient.
Period. It is inefficient. Period. Exhausting all of the funds for these people, and they're still trying to find ways to keep them. They're using so much funds and everything to try and fight these people. And it's different ways, and that we have so anyway, that's another issue for private. But let's get to this next document. I'm going to show you guys. Where is it? The African company, the trading they were using. Now we heard and see who these people were. You know, they try to make you think they're somebody else, to make that the premise of race, but it's y'all. It's y'all Africans, right? You white Africans, you black African Moors, you black native white Africans. Let's go.
The Constitution and Finance of the Royal African Company of England from its foundation till 1720. The early history of the Royal African Company of England has an interest of its own in view of the peculiarities of its financial methods. Towards the close of the 17th century, the joint stock organism was adapting itself to its environment, and of all the different forms of adaptation, that of the African Company presents the most marked characteristics. From the point of view of economic history, it is important to be able to make some estimate of the amount of capital employed in early trading undertakings and the mode of their finance. Fortunately, it is possible to obtain this information in the case of the African Company, and also to follow the different steps by which the capital of the company had expanded or contracted according to the needs of the trade and the state of the privileges of the undertaking. 1. Prior to the incorporation of the Royal African Company, English traders had sent intermittent voyages to the coast of Guinea for over a century. Sieur de Guerchy, writing to the Duc de Praslin in 1767, dates the foundation of the English trade to Africa as early as 1536. 2 Hakluyt mentions 5 voyages as undertaken in each of the years from 1553 to 1557 *. In 1563 Queen Elizabeth was a partner in an expedition, commanded by John Hawkins, which yielded a satisfactory profit. 4 In 1588 the first African com. 1 The chief source for this important information is a collection of papers relating to the company, which is preserved amongst the Treasury Papers at the Public Record Office, London. These documents are entered under the general heading of Royal African Company in a separate Ms. catalogue, and consist of warrant books, home journals, minute books of the Court of Assistants, stock journals and transfer books, accounts, letters, etc., and miscellaneous books. There is no minute book of the General Court, and several volumes of minute books of the Court of Assistants are missing. Many of the books are bound in fine white vellum, with the elephant, taken from the arms of the company, stamped on them in gold. Many points of interest might be noticed as arising from a careful examination of these papers. It may be mentioned that James II held FLOO original stock. After the Revolution it was decided that the stock must be transferred to William and Mary. The original transfer from James II to Graham, the secretary of the company, is bound up in one of the minute books, number 1456, F32, and, although it is dated August 20, 1691, James is still entitled the King's Most Excellent Majesty and King James. 2 Bonacieux, Pierre, Les Grandes Compagnies de Commerce, Paris, 1892, 96-98. 3 Voyages, ed. 1809, 2. 464, 470, 480, 496, 504. 4 Calendar State Papers, Doney, 1547-1580, p. 215. Annals of Commerce, by David Macpherson, 2. 241. Payne, incorporated by letters patent, was founded, and another similar company in 1618. 2 In 163 1 A third chartered undertaking was formed, but, like its predecessors, it was unable to hold its ground, and in 1651 a temporary charter was granted the East India Company. 4 After the Restoration a new company was formed, which was the direct predecessor of the Royal African Company. On January 10, 1662, Charles II incorporated a number of persons under the title of the Governor and Company of the Royal Adventurers of England trading into Africa. The charter, besides granting the usual rights of a corporation, conveyed in addition the privilege of exclusive trade from Sallee to the Cape of Good Hope. 5 This company started under distinguished patronage. Prince Rupert was the first governor, and amongst the 36 assistants there were several noblemen and merchants of good standing. At first the operations of the company promised to be very successful, but its officials involved it with the Dutch by attacking their forts in Africa. This led to reprisals, and the English forts, ships, and goods on the coast of Guinea were seized by the Dutch in 1665. The remainder of the short history of this company is one of financial distress.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As in the case of the previous Guinea Company, attempts were made to farm its privileges to persons who were not members. In 1668 an offer was made of £1,000 a year for 7 years for the right to trade to the north coast of Africa. The rents obtainable for the lease of the company's privileges were insufficient to liquidate the debt already contracted, and, in 1672, the charter was surrendered to carry out a scheme of arrangement with the creditors. The method of satisfying the claims against the company was both drastic and original. To ascertain how the situation was faced, it is necessary to examine in some detail the finance of the adventurers. The capital subscribed at the formation of the company amounted to £122,000 in 305 shares of £400 each, divisible into half shares of £200 each. The qualification of the governor was 1 share, or £400. 7 out of the £122 subscribed, it was agreed that £20,000 should be paid to the representatives of Sir Nicholas Crisp, who had been a prominent member of the previous one Hockley's voyages. 2. 610 2 State Papers, Grant Book DOMJAC. I. p. 268. Reimers Vetera, 19. 370 * Annals of Commerce, 2. 375 Charter of the Royal
I'm on
African
it.
Co., Treasury Records, Public Record
I'm
Office,
on it.
Royal African Co., No.
Trust me.
1390, F3.
Y'all keep finding me.
Treasury Records, Royal African Co. Court Book of the Assistants of the Company, 1663 to 1670, F82. Company, for the forts and factories in Africa. This debt was never discharged by the Company of Royal Adventurers and was still owing in 1709. 1. As early as 1664 fresh capital was required, and 2% or above the ordinary interest was offered for loans from the share holders at PAR. Subscriptions were invited for £25,000, but, outside the assistance, very little was raised. 2. Later in the same year a fresh endeavor was made to raise capital, and, on this occasion, the bonds were to be issued at a discount. On November 4, 1665, the king wrote that considering the greatness of the company's debt and the heavy interest under which the company's stock now labors, all money realized by homecoming ships should be used in paying debts not in new ventures. 3. At this date loans could only be effected on the personal security of the assistants. 4. In 1667 another attempt was made to float a loan but with small success, though in some cases creditors were induced to accept bonds under the company seal in satisfaction of their claims. 5. From 1667 to 1671 the position of the company had gone from bad to worse, and at the latter date the undertaking was insolvent. The debts were estimated to amount to £57,000, and beyond the privileges of the charter the assets were of little if any value. The company and its creditors were therefore in the dilemma that there were few if any assets except the charter, and if the charter were to be of any value working capital was required. In the existing state of the company's finances, there being no credit, capital could not be obtained until the creditors had been satisfied.
Uh-oh.
It was therefore to
happened?
the interest of both shareholders and creditors that the company should be
the creditors,
reconstructed
huh?
even at considerable sacrifice, and in 167 a scheme was drawn up and accepted which provided for winding up the company and for the formation of a new one, via giving some compensation to members and bondholders. The following was the reconstruction scheme adopted, which provided for the formation of a new company with a capital of £100,000. Table A reconstruction scheme. The existing capital of $122,000 to be written down by 90%, JQ 12,200 creditors for debt of $57,000 to receive 2/3, or $38,000 in stock of the old company. This $38,000 stock was to be likewise written down by 90°/0 and exchanged for stock of new company 3,801 Journals of the House of Commons, 16. 180. Court Book, 1663 to 1670, F6. Court Book, 1663 to 1670, F37. Creditors were to receive the remaining third of debt in cash out of subscription below. Balance of subscription 84,000. Total capital, new company $100,000. Table B. Allocation of capital of new company between shareholders and creditors of the old. Stock of new company to shareholders and creditors of the old company £16,000 cash to creditors of old company, 19,000 cash available as working capital, 65,000 to the power of 100,000. Table C. Position of the creditors on reconstruction. For each debt of £100, there was paid in cash 1/3, $33. 6/8 the remaining FC of the debt converted into stock of old company for the same amount. This was transferred to stock of the new company at 10% of its nominal value, giving as the equivalent of the remaining £66.
The creditors.
13. 4 of the debt £6. 13.4 Stock of the new company worth at PAR__6 13.4 to the power of 40th 00 *** conditional on stock selling at PAR. In order to carry out this scheme of rearrangement of capital, the charter was surrendered, as otherwise it was held that the new capital to be raised might have been claimed by the creditors of the old company. 1. On the cancellation of the charter, Charles II incorporated the creditors and shareholders, who assented to the Reconstruction Scheme, as the Royal African Company of England in 1672. As it will be found that two distinct series of events, namely the state of the finances of the company and opposition to the monopoly, were frequently interacting and influencing its fortunes, it will be conducive to a clearer understanding of the transactions of an eventful 50 years to trace the history of each. Separately, the Royal African Company of England, its privileges. Under the Charter of 1672, the usual privileges of incorporation are granted, as well as the whole, entire and only trade from Sallee to the Cape of Good Hope and the adjacent islands. 2. The company had the right of acquiring lands within these limits, provided such lands were not owned by any Christian prince, to have and to hold for 1,000 years, subject to the payment of 2 ELE1 Treasury Records, Royal African Co. No. 1390, F2. 2 Treasury Records, Royal African Co., number 1390, F15. Fan's teeth, when any member of the royal family landed in Africa. 1. Powers were also given to the company to make peace and war with any non-Christian nation. 2. Amongst other miscellaneous privileges, the right of mine royal was conveyed to the company on condition that the crown might claim 2/3 OT the gold one, on paying 2/3 of the expenses, the company retaining the remaining third. 3. A considerable portion of the charter is occupied with provisions as to the internal government of the company. The stockholders were to elect annually 1 governor, 1 sub-governor, 1 deputy governor, and 24 assistants. For this part of the Constitution is similar to that of the East India Company at this date,
right?
except that the 24 officials are here called assistants instead of committees, and that a new office, that of sub-governor, is created. The latter difference is accounted for by the fact that the governorship of the African Company was an honorary appointment filled by members of the royal family. The quorum at the court meeting was 7, of whom either the governor, sub-governor, or deputy governor must be 1. 5. In 1714 the qualification for an assistant was carried 2,000. Each £500 of stock commanded 1 vote up to a maximum of 5 votes. 6. In 1680 the stockholders numbered 198. 7. In addition to the privileges conferred by the charter, the company endeavored in 1672 to obtain parliamentary sanction by promoting a bill. This was read a first time in the House of Lords but was not proceeded with. 8. For 7 years, from its foundation up to 1678, the company was highly successful. In the 3 years 1676-1678, 50 guineas per center were paid Oregon, nearly 5 per center 9. These favorable results engendered hostility in 2 ways. As with the India Company, persons who had suffered for infringement of the monopoly of the company were bitter against it, and secondly those who had lost money from 1662 to 1670 and had failed to take up stock in the new undertaking were jealous of others who had been more fortunate. Writing in June 1679, a member of the company says, L. Ibid, F4. 2 Ibid, F5 Ibid, 4, Treasury Records, 99 Body Infra, p. 258. Mr. Edward Seymour is very bitter, because in the former stock he lost near £400 and is unconcerned in this. He was a subscriber but never paid his money, so he envies us, and I believe we fare never the better at this time by having the Duke of York as our governor. Later in the year the same writer says that if the king wants money the company was not in a position to lend it, for that's as poor as a courtier. We go on paying off our debts that if the company be broke nobody may be sufferers but those that be in it. Asterisk the pessimistic prognostication of the last sentence was not borne out by events, For in the 13 years from 1680 to 1692 8 dividends were paid and apparently a substantial reserve fund was formed. In 1691 the amount of each proprietor's stock was quadrupled without payment. This operation, like the doubling of the East India Company's shares in 1681, seems to have brought bad luck, for from 1691 to 1697 a series of disasters were encountered partly through the war and partly by disorganization of trade by persons who infringed the exclusive privileges of the company. After the India Company had passed through the ordeal of an organized attack on its monopoly from 1692 to 1694, the opponents of exclusive grants turned their attention to the Royal African Company. The position of the company both financially and legally was comparatively weak, and the assistants with some strategic ability petitioned Parliament in 1694 for leave to bring in a bill to establish the company rather than wait for the expected request for the formation of a regulated company. They alleged that the African trade was impossible unless carried on by a joint stock company with exclusive privileges. The cost of the upkeep of the forts was £20,000 a year, and a regulated company could not find so large a sum. They also claimed consideration on the ground of the large losses of the company during the war, which were estimated at £400,000. S. Davenant, who wrote in favor of the company, urged that it was the policy of its opponents to depreciate the value of the forts and factories, so that they should be transferred to the post-regulated company at a nominal price. For precedent was in favor of a joint stock company for the African trade, for all other countries managed it on that basis. 5. And in no case by a regulated company, the reason being that in dealing with savages, forts and an armed force were necessary, and the consequent charges could only be raised equitably from a joint stock. Further, in dealing one report of Royal 157, with natives, unity of councils and a uniformity of rules were indispensable. 1. A single independent trader, who, for the sake of a quick profit, was prepared to ill-treat the natives, had it in his power to injure the trade of other Englishmen by exciting the hostility of the chiefs. 2. As against these arguments some very damaging evidence was adduced against the company at the parliamentary inquiry which began on March 2 d. 1694. One trader, Richard Holder, swore that he had a capital of £40,000 employed in the Guinea trade under license from the company. On his first expedition he made a profit of 50% in 7 months, after paying 26% to the company on the value of his cargo. The next year the cost of his license was increased to 40%, and in addition he was compelled to buy his trade goods from the company, which cost him an extra 3 or 4% above the market price. He also suffered from being limited to trade only at certain specified places. 3. Besides these and other complaints of the excessive cost of licenses, it was alleged that the company had not complied with a provision in its charter, under which all goods imported were to be sold by inch of candle, i.e., by public auction. In the case of redwood, sales had been made privately to some 3 or 4 favored persons, with the result that this commodity was engrossed and the price of it was 3 times what it had been formerly. 4. The first result of the inquiry was that the parliamentary committee recommended that the trade should be conducted on a joint stock basis, and the company received leave to bring in a bill. 5. This decision gave rise to further opposition and fresh petitions against the company. Finally, in 1697 by the Act 9 and 10 Will. c. 26 a compromise was effected. The company was continued, but its monopoly was modified so far as to legalize the position of the separate traders, who were to pay the following charges to the company to aid in the maintenance of the forts, on outward voyages. All goods 10 FO homeward voyages. Gold, silver, Negroes nil, redwood 5 FO, other goods 10 FO. Asterisk ibid, 131. Asterisk slash it, 137. Journals of the House of Common, 11. 114 asterisk slash bid, 11. 287 to 295 late, 542, 592, 622. Statutes, 8. 393. This settlement was to last for 13 years at least, and the separate traders had the right of establishing factories if they wished to do so. The effect of this arrangement was to render the African trade open to all who would pay the specified charges. The company discharged the duties of a regulated company without the privileges that accompanied them. Though the separate traders had represented at the inquiry that, failing the formation of a regulated company, they were prepared to pay 5 to 10% for licenses, they now proceeded to undermine the position of the existing company. After the passing of the act, while the company was raising nearly $500,000 of nominal capital to equip expeditions, the first ships of the separate traders to reach Africa spread reports that the company was bankrupt and that the assistants were threatened with imprisonment for attempting to sell the forts to the Dutch. They seized several chiefs to ensure larger consignments of slaves for shipment to the plantations. The factors employed by the company were in many instances induced to enter the service of separate traders, and others who did not change masters engaged in private trade. Under such circumstances the trade could not be profitable to the company, and an even greater disadvantage than the hostility of the separate traders arose from the erroneous financial methods of the company, which will be explained below. 2. Having issued stock at as low a price as 12 per pound 100 in 1697, further capital was obtained subsequently by the issue of bonds, at first from the public and later by an assessment on stockholders for which scrip was given. Not only so, but out of this money borrowed on bond dividends were paid as an encouragement to induce members to make further payments. The result was that the amount borrowed on bond, while only 1/4 of the nominal capital, actually exceeded the sums paid for that capital at the average of the various prices of issue. 3. Taking into account the unsatisfactory condition of the trade, the inevitable result of such vicious finance followed in 1708, when interest on the bonds could no longer be paid. As a last resort, application was made to Parliament, at first in 1707 and again in 1709. In the latter year, in view of the nearness of the expiration of the 13 years mentioned in the Act of 9 and 10 William III, the company petitioned for a fresh settlement on the ground that an open trade had depressed the price of English goods in Africa and raised the price of Negroes in America. *1 Davenant S. Works, v. 91, 93. 2 Vitae Infra, pages 252 to 254. 3 Vitae Infra, p. 253. 4 Journals of the House of Commons, 1664. This argument, which was similar to that advanced by the East India Company in 1656 to 1657, was supported by the planters, who gave as reasons for the enhancement of the price of Negroes, first that there was excessive competition amongst the shippers in Africa and that therefore the cost price at the port was higher, and secondly, that owing to the want of skill of the new traders the mortality on the voyage was greater, with the result that the price of slaves in the West Indies was double what it had been before the trade was open. 1. The company, with the optimism of a suitor before a parliamentary committee, stated that the stockholders were willing to advance more sums on their joint stock. 2. The other side endeavored to show that the company, owing to its financial embarrassment, was in no position to maintain the present forts or to raise capital to build new ones. 3. During the season 1709 to 1710 the company's trade was only about 1/13 of that of the separate traders, as is shown by the following table. Comparison of trade of the company and separate traders.
Every 100 years,
number of ships.
every 100 years they do this.
Value cargoes. 10% thereon. Company, 3 carat 3.94 42 degree 394 pounds. 8. 3 separate traders, 44 to the power of 50,000 fifth. 12 6 carat 5000. 11 3 altogether. The company's case did not appear to advantage, and on March 31, 1712, it was resolved by a committee of the House of Commons that 1. The African trade should be open to all British subjects under the management of a regulated company. 2. The forts were to be maintained and enlarged. 3. The cost of such maintenance should be defrayed by a charge on the trade. 4. The plantations should be supplied with Negroes at a cheap rate. 5. A considerable stock was needed for carrying on the trade to the best advantage. 6. At least, pound 100,000 value of English goods should be exported annually to Africa. 5. Naturally, the company petitioned against these resolutions, which were intended to form the basis of a fresh bill. The assistants urged that the company had a legal right to their forts, and if this right were denied, they claimed the same trial at law as any other corporation to defend their freehold. 6. After considerable debate, the matter dropped, and, as far as the legal position of the company was concerned, no change was made. An act, however, was passed, December 20th, 1712,
Really?
to enable the company to make a 1
Don't
ibid,
want me to copy that.
17. 636/October, 16. 64 3 ibid, 16. 235 ibid, 552. S/bid, 17. 164. Settlement with its creditors, one which legalized the arrangement explained below. 2. On April 13, 1713, the House of Commons again resolved that the trade should be open, subject to charges for the maintenance of forts, and a bill was brought in to give effect to this resolution, which, after passing the Commons, was rejected by the House of Lords. 3. Thus the respective rights of the company and the separate traders remained undetermined. On several occasions Parliament endeavored to effect some improvement, but without success. In 1750 the Joint Stock Company was dissolved after many further changes of capital, and in 1752 the forts were transferred from the recently created regulated company to the Crown. The finance of the Royal African Company. In the foregoing account of the contest against the exclusive privileges of the company, it has been necessary to postpone the consideration of the financial operations of the assistants owing to the complicated nature of the capital account. Going back to the formation of the company in 1672, the preamble or prospectus for subscriptions had mentioned £100,000 as the amount of the proposed capital, but by 1676 the total stock issued was £111,100, at which figure it remained, during the successful years of the Company's history, till 1691, when by order of a general court held on July 30th it was resolved to give a bonus in stock of 300 per center to each stockholder. There is reason to believe that the company had accumulated a considerable reserve out of profits over and above the 10 or 20 guineas per center paid annually American Samoa dividend. For the assistants in speaking of these early years mention the great and extraordinary success with which the trade had been carried on. 5. Houghton, 2, stated in 1682 that the Guinea Company was as safe as the East India Company. 6. The wording of the resolution for the bonus addition of capital confirms this view of the company's finances at the time. It is expressed in the following terms: voted, by reason of the great improvements that have been made on the company's stock of £1.11, 100, that every £1.00 adventured be made £400, and that the members have credit given them.
The members have
Accordingly,
credit given them.
7. After the date of this resolution the capital stood at £444,400, 110 and C24. 2. Vitae Infra, 255 to 256. 3. Macpherson's Annals of Commerce, 3. 34. Treasury Records, Royal African Co., number 1455,
Husband,
FF
improvement of
12,
husbandry and
34,
trade.
number 1456, F1. 5. Memorial on behalf of the Royal African Co., British Museum, 816, M. 2. 6. A collection of letters for the improvement of husbandry and trade, 2. 47.
Husbandry,
Treasury Records,
marriage.
as above, F14.
We're finna get to this
Of
next
which
book.
only about £80,000 had been paid in cash, a part of the stock having been reserved for members and creditors of the old company.
This book gonna be dropped in the bank information, guys. It goes along with the trade-in, all this shit. When y'all see all this stuff, it just be so overwhelming and mind-blowing at the same damn time. It's so much crap with these freaking illegitimate thieves that it's like it's beyond me. I can only show y'all certain stuff and put it together so y'all see it, tell y'all what I see, and hopefully you guys connect to it, when that shit be going on. Did I just move the book? Damn, I think I just moved the wrong book, guys. Hold on a second. I just the book I was finna read, I moved it. Thought that was this one. So hold on a second. Damn. How did I do that? I got too much stuff to be moving shit around. Don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Let's see. Jeez. What did I do with it? Okay, found it. Goodness, went to a whole nother window. There's the stuff that be crazy. All right, guys, let's get to it. We're about to move on. Continue this information. Y'all hear them talking about these trade-ins, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to that.
And, besides, I could not send him home prisoner, for no merchant ship would take charge of him, and if one did, what security is there for its expenses? If you and the Admiralty will not judge such a case remitted by affidavits, I beg you to consider how comp.
Okay.
10 a court-martial of captains would be, altogether, except the very boats that carry good. She was captured and burned by the English in 1683. Cal Saint P. Colonel, 13 and La Trompeuse, a French pirate ship, which, after making trouble for a number of slaving vessels on the Guinea coast, had been harassing traffic in the Caribbean. She was captured and burned by the English in 1683.
Them pirates.
Cal Saint P. Colonel, 1681 to 1685, pages 5.
Keeping in mind, remember, some of these kings was paying these pirates. Remember, we read the cards, the records, and the account of the king's documents. The documents paying the agents, how much the agents was paid. The documents showing the pirates. They had the pirates. We even showed the document. Well, I always say we. We all viewed it, but I even showed you guys the documents where the king was paying. Had got rid of. They found the fraudulent Bureau of Investigation, Bureau of Indian Affairs. When they did the investigations, the people that were in there that were fraudulently misusing the money, blah, 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 he got rid of them. The people that were managing the horticulture, viewing of the lands and all that, they was faking, stealing land and shit. The king found them, boom, he got rid of them. He replaced them with certain chiefs, so on and so forth. We read all these records. So keep that in mind when y'all be hearing this about, certain things. I don't know why I said that. It was something I just heard, but just pay attention.
119 to 521, and index. 13 signed, Thomas Lynch. Inscribed, read May 13, 1684. On June 20th, Lynch wrote to the Lord President of the Council that Gill and a companion, Matthew Meverill, with the connivance of James Bank and Roger Elliotson, had attempted to seize the Spaniards. 2. Undo as far as possible the unfortunate effect of this, Lynch had published a proclamation permitting the Spaniards to buy Negroes. The Spaniards had not returned at the time Lynch wrote, but he thought that might be because there was no sale for Negroes at Cartagena. Lynch, however, admitted that the Spaniards hated the English and would rather the Dutch had their money. Cal Saint P. Colonel, 16S1-16S5, pages 656 to 657. Meverill's version was that the St. Thomas W.R. as a Dutch-built vessel, whose master and owner were Spanish, trading in defiance of the Navigation Act. So vastly prejudicial to the people of Port Royal was her trade that 25 sloops had been obliged to lay up. In consequence, May 9, 1673, Ibid, p. 629. 120 Edwin Steed and Stephen Gascoigne to the Royal African Company. 1 Barbados, March 15, 1683/4. We now also send the comp as first ACOTT of sales of Negroes per capt. Clark, in which we spent much time to sell them, being a sort of Negroes utterly disliked in this country, so that we were forced to sell many of them at low rates and for long day of pay, and had they not been well chosen Negroes, well provided for in their voyage and brought in as good condition as ever we saw any Negroes brought to this island, we should have had a very hard talk to have sold the middling sort of those Negroes at any rate. The 28th February last Captain Thomas Browse arrived here in the Daniel alias Elizabeth bringing 428 slaves of 530 taken in Ebda on the company's ACOTT. It is a most undoubted truth and by experience we so find it that the liberty the company are pleased to give their comars to sell their freight and come on Negroes when and where they please after they are divided and deliver to them is a great hindrance to the sale of
The triangular slave trade. I
both
talked to you
using
guys
all
about this
possible
before.
endeavors to sell their Negroes as well.
Triangular trade slave. Trading people right between the islands. Trying to act like they had this big ass voyage and not pay attention.
As they can and the customers take advantage to beat down the market by holding off till they can by that means get better pennyworths from either than otherwise they could hope for if all were to be disposed off by one interest. Nor is it a small detriment to the compa that by this liberty the masters of those ships forestall the company's market for when a ship comes in with Negroes we are forced to stay 3, 4, or 5 days from selling that so we may give due notice of
Let
the
me
time.
explain something to you, Leslie, real quick. I just seen this comment. I was browsing through. Okay, sweetie. Now, when you say thinking of the ways, you said thinking of, so that means some of these companies might still have stock in your name, even if you left them. I tell y'all that all the time, unless you, I don't know if you're new to my channel or not. I know I've seen your name before. This is what I've been teaching for months, sweetheart. What is going on is when you work at a company, they immediately have you invested in stock. You are the stock. You're the stock of the company. That's what gives it the value of the word. You're the current. You're the only thing that has worth, value, so on and so forth. So when you go and sign your name on the dotted line, which is worth its weight in gold, which is what stock is, value, credit, the worth of something, the net worth, you have it in your signature when you sign up for this corporation. You're enlisted to be a part of it. You're basically under them as being a part of it, part ownership, so on and so forth. They immediately get insurance on you. They have insurance for 75 years on you. Whether you work there a day, a week, a month, a year, it don't even damn matter. As soon as you sign your signature over, you have given them the credit source to go right on ahead and do what they do. They do this shit with everybody. So now you are the stock in this particular company. And even when you leave, it is still there. You signed it over to them. You signed it over. You didn't know at the time to sign that there was a value to your signature when you signed your signature because you didn't have a fee schedule associated with your name because you didn't know to have a trust set up so that when you have a trust and it's set up with the state, whether they know it or not, bitch, you see that this is set up with the state. It's signed with a gold damn seal. If you ain't know it, that's your damn business because it's on the public record. Okay? So I keep telling y'all this. This shit is so serious out here. People, man, y'all keep paying attention to the things that aren't important, and you're not going to be able to advance yourself in your life. That's all I'm saying to y'all. I ain't got nothing else to say. Nothing else to say. Let this play. Well, I got to get up out of here.
Of OR sales and invite customers to come, many of which coming to town go on board the ships to see the Negroes in what condition and to inform themselves what sort of Negroes they are. When finding the captain at liberty to sell his Negroes they buy of him rather than to come down again to buy in a crowd by WCH we not only lose the benefit of OR labor and cost in sending up and down the country to invite customers to OR day of sales and so become advancers of another's interest, but thereby also lose the advantage of ready money customers and bill of exchange. Men and none left us to deal with but ill pay masters and such as buy but few Negroes at a time which we look upon
right,
as OR bounden duty.
I'm trying
to give the company an ACOTT off, and submit it to their consideration. Captain Browse hath 92 m of gold for ACOTT of the company and owners
92 milligrams of gold for the count of the company.
120 LT 70, 16. We now send the compa 8 first bills of exchange and 3 first rec TS viz. Rich. Sewell on though. Henchman at 40 days Joss Harbin and Ches. Pope on Sam. Clay PBL May 31st Gerard Hotain on JNO. Easton PBL per MO June JNO. Wiltshire on Geo right. Green PBL Ditto Ed. Parsons on Paul Alestri PBL Ditto Cash for JA. Brown's Recti for hit money on 174 Negroes.
Right, it's not giving them out. It's going down the road.
500 on Ben.
Hold on, guys.
Thereon at once act to encourage the importation of Negroes.
Act to encourage the importation
Jamaica,
of Negroes.
April 2nd, 1684. An act for the encouragement of the Royal African Company of England to import Negroes into His Majesty's island of Jamaica. Whereas His Majesty hath been pleased by his letters patents under the Great Seal bearing date the 27th day of September 1672 to grant the sole trade to Africa from Sally to Cape Bon Esperanza to the Royal African Company, and whereas His Majesty's subjects of this island have made complaints to the committee that the said
of a tribe
company have not brought into this island a sufficient quantity of Negroes for the supply thereof, whereby there is a great want of them to the great prejudice of His Majesty's customs and the inhabitants of this island, to which the said Royal Company have answered and alleged for reason of their not importing.
Like Ab be talking about the spot. That's what that goes back to, the blue blood. That's a mark. Like a lot of these indigenous tribes, yes, they were white natives. Y'all see that even the Africans, right? They had pale white with blonde hair, blue eyes, gray eyes. Okay, remember I did a build a couple of months ago trying to show y'all that Africa, they had a prototype, which was the albinos. Even right now to this day, they're the most wanted for their organs in Africa. Literally, look it up. Albinos are the most wanted for their organs. They actually have a whole community that they go to because they are hunted down so that they can be sold for their organs. This shit's so deep, y'all. Let me finish playing this before I keep talking. But yeah, let's go.
Into this island, the quantity of Negroes required the great number of interlopers who, contrary to His Majesty's said letters patents, do trade on the coast of Africa within the limits aforesaid, and freely bring Negroes to this island, which doth disable them the said company from bringing hither that quantity of Negroes they otherwise should, which 121 1 Acts PCC 2. 64 to 66, a preliminary draft of this act was formulated by November 14, 1683. Quantity of Negroes required. The company have not brought into this island a sufficient quantity of Negroes for the supply thereof, whereby there is a great want of them to the great prejudice of His Majesty's customs and the inhabitants of this island, to which the said Royal Company have answered and alleged for reason of their not importing into this island a quantity of Negroes required the great number of interlopers who, contrary to His Majesty's said letters patents, do trade on the coast of Africa within the limits aforesaid, and freely bring Negroes to this island, which doth disable them the said company from bringing hither that quantity of Negroes they otherwise should, which 121 1 Acts PCC 2. 64 to 66, a preliminary draft of this act. Quantity of Negroes required the great number of interlopers who, contrary to His Majesty's said letters patents, do trade on the coast of Africa within the limits aforesaid, and freely bring Negroes to this island, which doth disable them the said company from bringing hither that quantity of Negroes they otherwise should, which 121 1 Acts PCC 2. 64 to 66, a preliminary draft of this act was formulated by November 14, 1683, shortly after the repeal of the order in Council of November 16s0. It was sent to the agents of Jamaica on January 22, 1684. On February 28, the planters and merchants of Jamaica complained to the Lords of Trade that so long as this measure was under discussion they could not hope to receive any Negroes from the company. Cal St. P. Colonel, 1681 to 1685, pages 544, 570, 579, 598, 601. The company, by no means satisfied with the bill proposed, petitioned for further hearings, and succeeded in reducing the number of Negroes it was called upon to supply the first year from 5,000 to 3,000. CO 268, 1, pages 113 to 117, Cal St. P. Colonel, 1681 to 1685, pages 624, 632, 636. His Majesty's subjects of this island, taking into consideration and being willing to give all reasonable encouragement to the said Royal African Company to supply this island with Negro slaves, do enact and declare, and it is hereby enacted and declared by the Governor, Council, and Assembly, and by the authority of the same, that it shall not be the practice of any His Majesty's subjects of this island to encourage any interlopers nor deal with them for Negroes, But
Mhm.
whosoever of his majesty's subjects residing in this island shall
Yeah, I'm trying
directly
to
or
throw one more
indirectly
in
by
here.
himself or
The
any other or
relations.
by
Let me
any
see.
covenant or fraudulent way or means by or cause to be bought in this island any Negro or Negroes brought by any interloper or any person or persons whatsoever, but such as are thereto empowered or appointed by the said Royal African Company from any of the parts or coast of Africa which are within the limits of their patent aforesaid shall forfeit and pay for every such Negro so bought the sum of 10 pounds cur. Rand money of this island, the one half thereof shall be to our sovereign lord the king his heirs and successors for the public use of this island, and the other half to him or them that shall first sue for the same in any public court of record in this island in which no essoin, protection, or wager of law shall be allowed. And this act to continue in force for 1 whole year to commence from 4 months after the day of the passing the same, and if within the said year the said Royal African Company shall have imported into this island 5,000 Negroes then to continue in force for 1 year. More otherwise to cease and determine at the end of the first year. And if the said Royal African Company shall before the expiration of the second year have imported into this island the number of 3,000 Negroes, then this act to be in force for 1 year longer commencing from the expiration of the second year, otherwise to cease and determine at the end of the second year.
You're
The
quite
true
welcome,
intent and
beauty.
meaning of this act being that if the said Royal African Company do not bring in the full number of 5,000 Negroes before the expiration of 1 year, then this act to cease and determine at the end of 1 year and so for 3,000 more in the second year. But in case the said Royal African Company do continue to bring in the full number of 3,000 Negroes yearly then this act to continue and be in force from year to year reckoning from the expiration of the first year until the end of that year wherein the said company shall have failed to bring in the full number of 3,000 Negroes. Provided always that in consideration of the uncertainty of timing the
3,000
arrival of
shows sound
Negroes
different
there,
from
it
millions,
shall be
huh?
understood that the supernumeraries of any year shall be
Going
accounted
to the
unto the next year and
triangular,
so from year to
going to the triangular slave trade, right? Versus, you know, what they tell you, right? Because, you know, why would they need to even bring them at the time? You know, the elite at the time were using, you know, the low and poor for labor. But why would they need to bring them here when they could bring all the other Slavs? Remember, they were bringing the Slavs in. They had certain ones come in, the black natives that were coming in through Canada, so on and so forth, you know? Yeah, keep that in mind.
year to be continued on as long as this act shall be in force. November 1684, and whereas this island being of great extent and having many bays and harbors where interlopers may land their Negroes and dispose of the same to the inhabitants of this island in such manner that it will be very difficult for anyone to prove that any Negroes were
You
bought
hear
from
this shit?
interlopers, were
Let
be
me
the true
rewind that, make
intent
sure
and
y'all
meaning
heard
of
it.
this act may be
Press
frustrated.
1 if you heard it.
November 1684, and whereas this island being of great extent and having many bays and harbors where interlopers may land their Negroes and dispose of the same to the inhabitants of this island in such manner that it will be very difficult for anyone to prove that any Negroes were bought from interlopers, were be the true intent and meaning of this act may be frustrated. It is hereby further declared that if any new Negroes be found in the possession of any of the inhabitants of this island, and he or she be sued for the penalty appointed by this act on such as do by Negroes of interlopers, and that the said party in whose possession such new Negro or Negroes are found cannot prove they have had the said Negro or Negroes in their possession for the space of 3 months before the commencement of the suit for the penalty, nor prove that the said Negro or Negroes were imported into this island by persons thereto authorized by the said Royal African Company or there sold by the said company's factors, that then it shall be taken for granted, they were imported by interlopers, and the party or parties in whose possession the said Negro or Negroes were found to pay the penalty by this act imposed. 122 The case of the Richard Axed Margaret, 112 Noar 1684. Briscoe et alii contra nave mle Richard and Margaret Cudges Abrahamus Williams est Magister. Barrett. Exton. Quodi exton nomini procuratoris acut procurator legitimus prefati Abrahami Williams omnibus melioribus et efficatioribus via modo et juris formanik non ad amum quem cunque juris effectum dicit allegat et in high scriptus in jure proponit articulatum proud sequitur. 1 Imprimis, that the SD ship the RD and Margaret whereof Abraham Williams is now MR was designed upon an interloping voyage to the West Indies, and the same was known to the SD though, Briscoe and others of the SD ship's company mariners of the SD ship, and that they knew that there was dangar in trading there, the same being contrary to the charter of the African company, and in case the SD ship should be there taken by any ship or by any port belonging to the SD company, or where they could procure the same to be seized, the same would be confiscated et ponet communem divi. Cyanum et de quilibet. 2. Item that the SD ship so trading within the limits of the charter to the SD African company, the MR of the SD ship died 122 1, Admiralty Court instance, and prize, libel files, file 121, no. 192, PT1. And though, Briscoe took upon him to be MR and commandar of the said ship, and there were taken on board all negroes and other goods, and the SD though, Briscoe the then MR with 4 others of the ship's company did on or about the 2d day of June 1683 take the ship's boat and go on shore, and left not a sufficient number of the ship's company on board to look after the SD ship and negroes or blacks, and never returned to the SD ship again, although stayed there above a month et ponet de quilibet alio numero notarum et quili. Bet alio tempor.
It said they never, did you hear that shit? It said the niggers or blacks and never returned to the ship again, although they stayed there above a month. And I don't know what this is, some Latin language. I told y'all we need to learn this damn Latin. It says, with so on and so forth. So let's hear this.
3. Item that it is not customary for a master of any ship being in those parts and having such a cargo to go on shore upon any occasion whatsoever, and especially when any negroes were on board, and that the SD ship did stay in expectation of the SD Briscoe, the master and the other men, until the 6th day of July following, to the hazard of the SD ship and lading, and the SD company remaining on board for want of the master and the said 4 other mariners, and also for want of water, were forced to put into Jamaica, and the SD ship and lading was there taken and seized, and by the governor there afterwards confiscated and condemned and declared to be forfeited et ponet ut supra. 4. Item that the SD ship being so seized, confiscated, and condemned, the SD Richard Walter, now owner, did buy the SD ship of the governor of Jamaica, and really and bona fide pay for the same et ponet ut supra. 5. Item quad primacy etc. Though, extant. 2. Briscoe et Rogers contra navem the Richard and Margaret AC contra Richardum Walter proprietarium.
We're going on 3 hours. I'm going to try to get this in. We started this the other day. I definitely wanted to get more into this other book, right? The book that's Into the Land of Freedom, African Americans in the Reconstruction. So this is like, we did some of this the other day. So let me stop sharing this. I want to get into a little bit more of that, because we stopped at the part where it was talking about the second bondage. So I think this may be very important as well. If y'all ready for that, press 1. No, let me stop. I be wanting to say that. That sounds so funny. Everybody be like, press 1. I love it. Okay, y'all, this is what we about to do. Let's go. This is where we left off at, but I think I'm going to rewind it because I like the prior part. They don't own shit. Where is that?
Into the land of freedom, a group of freed persons stands in line outside a state office, waiting to claim goods promised them by the U.S. government. The former slaves why they could not have land. In one case, officials in Mississippi tried to give disappointed African Americans advice: the government owns no lands in this state. It therefore can give away none. Freedmen can obtain farms with the money which they have earned by their own labor. Every one, therefore, shall work diligently, and carefully save his own wages, till he may be able to buy land and possess his own home. One freedman took a unique approach to easing his disappointment. When he learned there was no land available, he lowered his expectations and told the agent for the Freedmen's Bureau that he would be content with only a single acre if you make it to acre dat Mars's master's house sets on. Back to work. Since the federal government could not offer land to all the freedmen, many had to work for white employers. In some cases, black.
Exactly.
Men and women had no choice but to return to the plantations on which they had
White
toiled as
employers,
slaves.
in some cases
They worked
black.
6 days a week from sunrise to sunset, a schedule all
Why
too
won't let me
similar to
copy?
slavery. Only their meager wages made their work different from slavery. Men earned between $9 and $15 a month, about $98 to $165 in modern money. Women earned between $5 and $10, about $54 to $110 in modern money. Another option for former slaves was to work as sharecroppers. Sharecroppers lived and farmed on white-owned land. Instead of wages, they were promised 1/4 to 1/2 of the cotton or corn crop they grew, which they could sell. In other cases, they were offered a percentage of the profit earned from their crops. White landowners usually provided housing and fuel. In some cases, they would provide food and medical care too. But they expected black families to repay the costs of all these services at the end of each year. Many freedmen were reluctant to become sharecroppers, for fear of being enslaved all over again. In response to such fears, agents of the Freedmen's Bureau tried to be reassuring. Some of you have the absurd notion that if you put your hands to a contract you will somehow be made slaves. This is all nonsense, made up by some foolish or wicked person. There is no danger of this kind to fear. But the fact of sharecropping was that many freedmen traded one kind of bondage for another. A second bondage unable to keep up with expenses, sharecroppers and other black workers often found themselves heavily in debt to their employer. Former slave Sarah Wilson remembered how her family was forced to buy and sell all their goods at the store run by the plantation owner, the white man. He don't give us no show enough money. Why Jess? Give us a book, and in this here book dars little pieces of paper down at the plantation stogie for what we want get. But we can't go nowhere else ter trade, only Jess on the plantation where we are making the crop. This system was supposed to provide sharecroppers and their families with everything they needed so that they would not have to go elsewhere to buy goods. And for many families, the plantation store was often filled with items they had gone without during slavery. Foods such as cheese, sugar, and sardines were much wanted. Other popular items included calico dresses, shoes, and even handkerchiefs. But in most cases, the plantation owner charged unfairly, selling overpriced goods.
Not quite the
This
original.
system almost always guaranteed that a sharecropper or laborer would soon be in debt to the store and the plantation owner. Many freedmen used all of their earnings just to pay back money they owed to their landlords or employers. They had been enslaved again, only this time by debt. As one South Carolina planter noted, "Heap of 'em round here, just works for their victuals, food and clothes, like they always did. I reckon they'll all be back where they was, in a few years." To make matters worse, few white employers honored the terms of employment outlined in the labor contracts, written agreements between an employer and an employee, made with the freedmen. Employers continually broke contracts, even though they faced serious penalties from the Freedmen's Bureau for doing so. Frequently, white employers refused to pay the wages promised in the contract. A second bondage: a sharecropper family rests in a cotton field. The sharecropping life was not much different from slavery. Other times, they took advantage of their black workers' inability to read and write. On one plantation, for instance, the workers' contract stated that all laborers were to be paid 1/3 of 7/12 of the crop, 7/36, a small amount. On another plantation, 4 freedmen discovered that they had signed labor contracts that said they would work for 1/5 of 1/3, 1/15 of the crop. Contracts brought to me for approval, stated a Freedmen's Bureau official in South Carolina, contained all sorts of ludicrous provisions, ridiculous terms. The idea seemed to be that if the laborer were not bound body and soul, he would be of no use. For many African Americans, working the fields was uncomfortably close to slavery. Labor contracts often contain the same language as the slave code's harsh rules that had governed African Americans during slavery. Phrases such as perfect obedience or prompt and faithful service were common. Some landowners were more than happy to use the threat of violence to force both freedmen and their family members to work. And in almost all cases, the freedmen could do little about it legally. Yet African Americans found ways to fight back. Most simply refused to work. Others broke their contracts and left the job, risking arrest and jail. Many hoped to find better, or at least fairer, opportunities elsewhere. In search of other opportunities, some freedmen wanted as little to do with farming as possible. Their years of toiling in the fields for the master had been more than enough. They moved to large southern cities, such as Richmond, Virginia, New Orleans, Louisiana, or Jackson, Mississippi. Many of the jobs they found were higher paying than those on farms.
Oh man, I gotta borrow it again.
Men became factory workers, mechanics, or stevedores, dock workers. Occupations such as barbering drew other freedmen away from the fields. Women who came to the cities tended to find jobs inside the homes of white families as maids, cooks, or washerwomen. For the first time, freedmen and freedwomen had a choice as to where.
I'm trying to catch back up. They traded one kind of bondage for another, just like y'all do when y'all go sign these contracts and y'all get right up under these dumbass fucking idiots. Signing your life away. Going to their ass, giving 40 hours a damn week. By the time you get home, you so damn tired, you ain't got time for your family, your loved one, or no damn body else. Barely yourself. A straight slave wage for you to give them participation to have a stockholders into their company, because you're the actual stock, right? You're the cattle stock. Using you as this, they're the seafarers upon you, like literally trading you on the market. Let's see. Continue.
Expectations, and told the agent for the Freedmen's Bureau that he would be content with only a single acre if you make it acre at Mars's master's house. That's
one part just in case.
Therefore, the former slaves why they could not have land.
Way back up. Hold on.
In one case, money. Many freedmen were reluctant to become sharecroppers, for fear of being enslaved all over again. In response to such fears, agents of the Freedmen's Bureau tried to be reassuring. Some of you have the absurd notion that if you put your hands to a contract you will somehow be made slaves. This is all nonsense, made up by some foolish or wicked person. There is no danger of this kind to fear. But the fact of sharecropping was that many freedmen traded one kind of bondage for another.
That's true.
A second bondage, unable to keep up with expenses, sharecroppers and other black workers often found themselves heavily in debt to their employer. Former slave Sarah Wilson remembered how her family was forced to buy and sell all their goods at the store run by the plantation owner, the white man. He don't give us no show enough money. Why Jess? Give us a book, and in this here book dars little pieces ob paper down at the plantation store for what we gwine get. But we can't go nowhere else ter trade, only Jess on the plantation war we are making the crop. This system was supposed to provide sharecroppers and their families with everything they needed so that they would not have to go elsewhere to buy goods. And for many families, the plantation store was often filled with items they had gone without during slavery. Foods such as cheese, sugar, and sardines were much wanted. Other popular items included calico dresses, shoes, and even handkerchiefs. But in most cases, the plantation owner charged unfairly, selling overpriced goods. This system almost always guaranteed that a sharecropper or laborer would soon be in debt to the store and the plantation owner. Many freedmen used all of their earnings just to pay back money they owed to their landlords or employers. They had been enslaved again, only this time by debt. As one South Carolina planter noted, "Heap of 'em round here just works for their victuals, food, and clothes, like they always did.
Africans, they all African.
I reckon they'll all be back where they was in a few years." To make matters
See,
worse,
niggas
few white employers honored the terms of employment
was
outlined in
in
the
this,
labor
but those look
contracts,
like Africans.
written agreements between an employer and an employee, made with the freedmen. Employers
They say to
continually
freed the
broke
men.
contracts, even though they faced serious penalties from the Freedmen's Bureau for doing so. Frequently, white employers refused to pay the wages promised in the contract. A second bondage: a sharecropper family rests in a cotton field. The sharecropping life was not much different from slavery. Other times, they took advantage of their black workers' inability to read and write. On one plantation, for instance, the workers' contract stated that all laborers were to be paid 1/3 of 7/12 of the crop, 7/36, a small amount. On another plantation, 4 freedmen discovered that they had signed labor contracts that said they would work for 1/5 of 1/3, 1/15 of the crop. Contracts brought to me for approval, stated a Freedmen's Bureau official in South Carolina, contained all sorts of ludicrous provisions, ridiculous terms. The idea seemed to be that if the laborer were not bound body and soul, he would be of no use. For many African Americans, working the fields was uncomfortably close to slavery. Labor contracts often contained the same language as the slave code's harsh rules that had governed African Americans during slavery. Phrases such as perfect obedience or prompt and faithful service were common. Some landowners were
Sound
more
like
than
church,
happy
don't
to
it?
use the
Slavery
threat
and
of
church.
violence to
Wow.
force both freedmen and their family members to work. And in almost all cases, the freedmen could do little about it legally. Yet African Americans found ways to fight back. Most simply refused to work. Others broke their contracts and left the job, risking arrest and jail. Many hoped to find better, or at least fairer, opportunities elsewhere. In search of other opportunities, some freedmen wanted as little to do with farming as possible. Their years of toiling in the fields for the master had been more than enough. They moved to large southern cities, such as Richmond, Virginia, New Orleans, Louisiana, or Jackson, Mississippi. Many of the jobs they found were higher paying than those on farms. Freed men became factory workers, mechanics, or stevedores, dock workers. Occupations such as barbering drew other freedmen away from the fields. Women who came to the cities tended to find jobs inside the homes of white families as maids, cooks, or washerwomen. For the first time, freedmen and freedwomen had a choice as to where they wanted to work, and many made the most of it. Some former slaves flourished in their own businesses. One group of Mississippi freedmen created a business selling their eggs and poultry to the highest bidder. Others who as slaves had been trained in a special skill, such as blacksmithing, carpentry, shoemaking, or brick masonry, started their own businesses.
Learned our
Reconstruction
shit.
paved the way for African
was
Americans to
doing
become
naturally.
professionals,
We didn't
such
have
as
to go to
doctors and
school.
lawyers. But the wages earned by black lawyers, doctors, and professors fell far below those earned by white professionals. By far the largest group of African American. A second bondage: Henry Flipper, left, and John H. Rock, right. Flipper was the first black graduate of West Point, a prestigious U.S. military school. Rock became one of the first African American attorneys. The men were among the small but growing number of black professionals during Reconstruction. Professionals were church ministers. However, black ministers made little money and had to rely on other jobs to support themselves and their families. Still, for many former slaves, the ability to decide where to work and what kind of work they would do was a major step forward. But, as many discovered, this new freedom was not enough. They had learned that the Southern white community would do little to welcome them into white society. African Americans recognized that their true strength lay in numbers and in establishing their own institutions. Black spirit, black mind: we want power, it only comes through organization, and organization comes through unity. Our efforts must be one and inseparable, blended, tied, and bound. Henry McNeil Turner,
Right.
African American minister, 1-866 AJL. African Americans worked against the effects of racism by devil.
Not them.
opening their own social and political institutions. This was not an easy task. The scars of slavery were deep. Many African Americans still feared the angry power of their former white owners. Henry Turner, a former slave turned minister, later wrote, "That old servile fear still twirls itself of African Americans, and FDLS with terror the entire soul at the white man's frown." Oh, how the foul curse of slavery has blighted, spoiled the natural greatness of my race. For Turner and other African American leaders, one key to overcoming the past lay in the same thing that
with these poor slaves, which y'all was the ones that was producing the slaves and bringing them here and having them mixed so y'all could steal the land and this and that. Then y'all want to act like it was the white people. So all y'all that was light skinned, y'all came in, started as the government, doing all this other nonsense. Like, come on, make it make sense.
Had carried them through the darkest of times of slavery, their faith. "The spirit moves me every day." Organized religion was nothing new to the newly freed men and women. As slaves, many had spent their Sundays attending services at their master's church. They had not been part of the actual congregation but were forced to sit in the upper lofts where they could watch, not participate in the white services. Sometimes with the master's permission, and often without it, African American slaves met to worship together in their own quarters. Their religion combined elements of old and new. It drew as much from the religions of their African ancestors as from the Christian religion of their owners. With the Emancipation Proclamation and the end of the Civil War, African Americans were free to worship in their own churches. A group of freed persons gather at their church. Churches were community centers for freed persons, serving as places to worship, to attend school, and to organize and discuss political matters. For many former slaves, the freedom to worship was as exhilarating as emancipation itself.
Nobody got a braid.
As one freedman exclaimed, "Praise God for this day of liberty to worship God." By the time of Reconstruction, many African Americans had organized their own churches. These churches became the very first social institutions controlled by African Americans. They were important both symbolically and physically.
Right.
They offered a sense of identity and unity that nourished the growth of a culture of free African
Taming the
Americans.
mind of the people.
At the same
Keeping
time,
them slaves
they
again.
offered African Americans a place where community members could come together to worship and to interact with each other. The church served a variety of functions. It could house a school, social events, and political gatherings. Churches also acted as charitable organizations, helping families and individuals during times of illness and death. The churches also sheltered African Americans against white racism and violence. In time, the church became the place to settle disputes between church members without having to go to the white-controlled courts. In operating their churches, African Americans learned to master self-government by coping with problems of finance, planning, cooperation, and discipline. Black church members worked together to raise money for buildings, to pay ministers, and to offer assistance to those in need. They planned special events and provided advice to community members. And they often developed ways to strengthen their rights, such as teaching African Americans how to vote. These experiences taught many African Americans how to manage their lives as individuals and as a free community. Students and teachers gather outside a freed person's church school through churches. Freed persons taught skills such as reading. Throughout Reconstruction, independent black churches appeared everywhere in the South. As black churchgoers stopped attending white churches, attendance at black churches grew all across the South. Membership in the Baptist Church also rose from 150,000 in 1850 to approximately 500,000 by 1870. In older, more established black churches, such as the African Methodist Episcopal (AME) Church, membership increased dramatically, rising from 75,000 members in 1856 to more than 200,000 by 1876. Allen's with the growth QF black churches came the creation of thousands of societies and clubs. These included workers' associations, volunteer fire companies, and trade associations for black business owners. Mutual aid and burial societies also formed. Members paid dues to these organizations to make sure that their families would be taken care of in case of sickness or death. By 1870, more than 2 freed persons run a ration service, offering food to those in need, including whites, in the rural South. Hundreds such organizations existed in Memphis, Tennessee, alone. Richmond, Virginia, boasted more than 400 similar groups. These organizations offered black men and women additional opportunities to meet, socialize and, in some cases, organize in support of other causes important to them. Black groups in Nashville, Jackson, and New Orleans raised money to establish orphanages, soup kitchens, and employment agencies for black people throughout the South. One black mutual aid society in West Virginia even contributed money to help poor white families in the area. For many African Americans, the chance to worship and meet freely matched the intense desire to learn to read the Bible. The hope of reading the Word of God for themselves led many African Americans to pursue an education, which tradition and law had previously denied them. But for many African Americans, learning to read meant something more. It was a ticket to bettering themselves and the community. Reading, writing, and Reconstruction as a slave, Charles Whiteside never forgot the words of his master when he gained his freedom. Charles, you is a free man they say, but I tells you now, you is still a slave, and if you lives to be 100, you'll still be a slave, 'cause you got no education, and education is what makes a man free. For Charles and thousands of newly freed slaves, this piece of advice only made them more determined to take advantage of a major new opportunity, the opportunity to learn to read and write. Newly freed men and women knew firsthand what happened to those who did not know how to read and write. Illiterate black workers could count on being cheated by their white employers because they could not read a contract or do the necessary mathematics to calculate wages owed to them.
You don't know
Reading
how
a
to apply the
newspaper.
law and handle your business and do things correctly under yourself and having the control of yourself, so they do it for you. That's why they had a fiduciary responsibility to handle all of your affairs, right? Because you're black, because you're a minority, you're considered an imbecile under the age of 7, like a child, right? That's why you're a minor. A minority is a minor in the mind, not capable or able to handle the fundamentals of their life. Understanding law, understanding it so that you know how to apply it to yourself and being able to handle yourself in the correct way, using your credit and things of that sort, right?
Was out of the question. And many freedmen soon learned that if they could not read or write, they could not vote. New tests at the polls. Freed persons learned valuable trades by taking classes offered by the Freedmen's Bureau. The freed women above are learning to be seamstresses. Or places of voting required blacks to prove they could read.
You hear this?
For many newly freed slaves, knowledge truly was power. And the more they could learn, the more they could be in charge of their own lives. As one freed slave in South Carolina exclaimed to a white teacher, "My lord, ma'am, what a great thing laming is. White folks can do what they likes, for the why know so much more na we." The Freedmen's Bureau was highly successful in creating schools for African Americans. The Bureau established day schools for children, night schools for adults, industrial training schools for those who wished to learn a trade, and even Sunday schools. With the help of charitable...
Y'all hear this? Everything, industrial trade, schooling, so that they can go into their system, work at a corporation, a job that can run another factory, that can operate in trade and marketing and stock exchange of people that they bring in through their corporation. Also having these people setting these foundations up, factory workers, industrial workers, learning seamstress, things that'll keep y'all on the labor market, also enslaved under the corporation, because you have to work for someone else under these things. Unless you start a business, you're still doing the same thing under the government's construct, so on and so forth. You get it?
And religious organizations in the North. The Bureau also founded black colleges for those who wished to pursue higher education or gain professional training. The colleges founded during this period include Howard University in Washington, D.C., Hampton Institute, in Hampton, Virginia, Atlanta University, in Atlanta, Georgia, Fisk University, in Nashville, Tennessee, and Storer College, in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Hundreds of white teachers and black teachers and missionaries from the North helped the Bureau. Many white missionaries and teachers came to the South with the lofty goal of aiding the newly freed slaves. But the reality of working so closely with African Americans brought mixed feelings about their new students. Lydia Maria Child, a well-known abolitionist, noted of her friends teaching in the South, "I doubt whether we can treat our colored brethren exactly as we would if they were white, though it would be desirable to do so." Another teacher writing from North Carolina bluntly stated, "It is one thing to sit in one's office or
The
drawing
white
room and we find
missionaries
spun
said
theories in regard to the
all
Negro
of the
character,
missionaries
but it is
that are
quite another."
from the I got lost in my thought. I'm sorry, I was reading a text from my daughter. All of the missionaries that are the Jesuit preachers, right? Remember, they started all this in 1611. I told y'all the first Jesus Church was there in Bogota, Colombia, where they killed all the indigenous Indians over there. Remember? Okay, listen. All of this is part of the Teutonic Order. We just read that in the other book, right? Remember, I've been telling y'all that for about a year and a half. I finally got to one of the books that actually show you this. So make sure you guys are putting this together.
To come into actual contact with him. I fail to see the beauties and excellencies of black people that some do.
Hello?
Such racist attitudes often caused African American communities to seek out African American teachers whenever possible. The old main building of Howard University, in Washington, D.C. The Freedmen's Bureau established this college for freed persons in 1866 and named it after Major General Oliver O. Howard, Bureau Commissioner. A dream realized, African Americans set about helping to establish schoolhouses in their communities as soon as they could. They transformed churches, private homes, empty warehouses, and hotels, and abandoned pool halls into classrooms that rapidly filled with students. In Richmond, Virginia, more than 1,000 black children and 75 adults attended classes. That area churches sponsored with
Richmond,
help from a
Virginia?
white
You mean black
organization called the
Indians?
American Missionary Association. Even
Indians?
former slave markets, the places where slaves had been bought and sold, became places of learning. In Savannah, Georgia, the Bryan slave market, with its iron-grated windows and handcuffs and whips, became a school. In New Orleans, a pen that once held slaves to be sold was named the Frederick Douglass School. African Americans did all they could to attract the best teachers to their communities. Poverty, though, proved a barrier. Teachers in black schools usually received small salaries compared to educators who taught elsewhere. African American parents tried to make up for the low pay by opening their homes to teachers and providing them with room and board at little or no cost. But scraping together funds to pay a teacher's salary was not only a burden, it was also an opportunity. As one freedman explained, it was a chance to demonstrate the first proof of their independence. With a shortage of qualified teachers in many black communities, teachers in black schools were often not as well prepared as those who taught in white schools. Many black teachers were aware of their shortcomings. One reported to the Freedmen's Bureau, "I have no education, only what I gave myself by chance."
Okay, this acting
Another
weird, y'all. It's like
explained,
stopping. It's
"I
not
never had the
showing it.
chance
We're
of
gonna
going
stop
to
here.
school, for I was a slave."
I got about 20 minutes, not even 20, 15 minutes to play this book. The one that is reading. Okay, listen. If y'all were listening or watching yesterday, this book was showing us or talking about information, given the jurisdiction, all the other stuff. And the book has been altered or changed. So it's not even reading with the correct verbiage. It's actually reading what was originally in the book. So we kept reading it. I was reading some of it, but we'll do a little bit more of this. And I'll be on in about 15 minutes. Peace, love, and bliss to everybody. So let's go. Okay. Is that it? Yes. Okay. Let me stop sharing this. Oh yeah, I meant to lock that video too, just in case they try to do something. I definitely want to keep that original, what it was saying versus that. Okay, let's see. The historical document, if you guys remember. Okay, so let's try and hear a little more of this, see if it's doing the same thing, if it caught up, or what. Okay, where is the... Okay. Go back.
Two Virginians who object to
Okay.
this phrase are referred to the writings of Washington, 9, p. 33, where, in a letter to Jefferson, he says, "I am not less in sentiment with you respecting the impolicy of the states grasping at more territory than they are competent to the government of." 3 Henning, Virginia Statutes at Large, X, p. 548. That her land claims were becoming less positive. But the act of the legislature of New York to facilitate the completion of the Articles of Confederation shows most decidedly that Maryland's cause was prevailing. The historic connection of this measure with the influence of Maryland delegates in Congress has never been shown, but from materials now accessible in a letter of General Schuyler, first published in 1873, the reports of the regents of the university on the boundaries of the state of New York, we think this connection may fairly be demonstrated. General Schuyler was delegate to Congress from New York in 1779. On the 29th of January, 1780, he addressed a letter from Albany to the New York legislature, which gives us the key to their act of the 19th of February.
Yep, it's still doing
General
it.
Schuyler had been advocating in Congress a treaty with the Cayuga Indians. Whilst the report
actually saying something totally different on the page, y'all. This shit is crazy. I'm listening very closely, intently, and yeah, let's listen.
The committee on the business I have alluded to, he says, was under consideration. A member moved, in substance, that the commissioners for Indian Affairs in the Northern Department should require from the Indians of the Six Nations, as a preliminary article, a cession of part of their country, and that the territory so to be ceded should be for the benefit of the United States in general and grantable by Congress. The first question is, who was this member? The policy recommended in the above motion is very suggestive of some Maryland delegate. On referring to the journals of Congress for the above discussion, we find two motions on the subject mentioned by General Schuyler. The first was made by M.R. Forbes of Maryland and seconded by M.R. Houston of New Jersey. The other was made by M.R. Marchant of Rhode Island and seconded by M.R. Forbes. Both motions were defeated, but that which alarmed General Schuyler, and of which he thought it necessary to unburden himself to his constituents, was simply this: we had a few days after, he says, a convincing proof that an idea prevailed that this and some other states ought to be divested of part of their territory for the benefit of the United States, when a member afforded us the perusal of a resolution, for which he intended to move the House, purporting that all the lands within the limits of any of the United States, heretofore grantable by the King of Great Britain whilst these states, then colonies, were in the dominion of that prince, and which had not been granted to individuals, should be considered as the joint property of the United States and disposed of by Congress for the benefit of the whole Confederacy. We have searched in vain for the above resolution in the journals of Congress. Although, from internal evidence, there is little doubt but that it came from the same source as the original motion, which so alarmed General Schuyler. The chief importance which this letter to the New York legislature has for us, in this connection, is the revelation it affords of the growing influence of the Maryland policy in Congress. General Schuyler confesses that the opposition to the original motion of M.R. Forbes was chiefly based upon the expediency of such an assertion of congressional authority while endeavoring to secure a reconciliation with the Indians. In private conversation, the general had ascertained that certain gentlemen, who represented states in the same circumstances as New York in the matter of land claims, were inclined to support the resolution in its new form. It was urged by the friends of the proposed resolution that a reasonable limitation of the land claims would prevent controversy and remove the obstacle which prevented the completion of the Confederation. General Schuyler says he endeavored, with great discretion, to ascertain the idea of the advocates of this measure as to what would constitute a reasonable limitation of the claims. This they gave, he says, by exhibiting a map of the country, on which they drew a line from the northwest corner of Pennsylvania, which in that map was laid down as on Lake Erie, through the strait that leads to Ontario and through that lake and down the St.
Crazy.
Lawrence to the 45th
Y'all, I'm gonna
degree
stop
of
this because I want y'all to hear
latitude
this real quick.
for the
Oh,
bounds
just
of
on
the
the
state in that
population,
quarter.
how they increased it over the
Vir
years.
Virginia.
Y'all see all this going on. Let's say that. I'm gonna do a full read on this, a lot more of this book, because we got to get this on record, what it's saying versus what's in this damn book. That's real crazy. But we're about to get into this. Let me put it in the chat. We're about to get into this right quick, right? So I'm going to stop sharing this. Let me find it. Where did I put it? Dang. I thought I pulled it up. Hold on. Hold on. Now I gotta find it. Definitely want to get into this real quick so y'all can see the group. Okay, here it is. I found it. Before I definitely want to put that in this bill, this one particular bill. Okay, let's go. This is so pertinent. Wait till y'all hear this. You see how we talking about how everything is going on like now. This is like 50 something years ago. Check this out.
Statement of Dr. Harry A. Scar, Acting Director, Bureau of the Census, Nampio McKinney, Assistant Division Chief, Special Population Statistics, Population Division, Bureau of the Census, William
Population
M.
Division.
Hunt,
They got a whole
Director,
division for this shit.
Federal Management Issues, General Government Division, U.S. General Accounting Office, Bruce Johnson, Assistant Director, Federal Management Issues, U.S. General Accounting Office. Mr. Scar. Joining me is Nampio McKinney, who is the Assistant Division Chief for Special Population Statistics, Population Division in the Census Bureau. Mr. Hunt. With me this afternoon is Bruce Johnson, who manages our census and statistical policy work at GAP. Mr. Sawyer. Thank you. You may proceed. Mr. Scar. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Petrie, Congressman Wynn, it is a pleasure to be here today to testify before the subcommittee on the collection of race and ethnicity data in the 1990 census. The Census Bureau's procedures for collecting race and ethnic data are in compliance with Statistical Policy Directive Number 15, issued by the Office of Management and Budget. The directive requires the collection of information on at least 4 race groups: white, black, Asian, and Pacific Islander, American Indian, and Alaska Native, and 1 ethnic group Spanish/Hispanic origin. In the 1990 census, the Census Bureau asked the race and Hispanic origin questions of all persons on both the short and long questionnaire forms. The 1990 census long form, administered to a sample of the population, included an ancestry question. We expect the 2000 census to ask questions on race and Hispanic origin. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter my entire testimony into the record, and I will now excerpt from it. Mr. Sawyer. Without objection, both of your statements will be made a part of the record. Mr. Scar. The 1990 census showed that the population of the United States is now more racially and ethnically diverse than at any time in our country's history. The Asian and Pacific Islander population experienced the highest rate of growth of all racial groups from 1980 to 1990, a 108% increase from 3.5 million to 7.3 million. This marks the second consecutive decade that the census has recorded a doubling of this population group. Very high levels of immigration were a significant factor in their growth.
Damn it.
The Black or African American population increased 13% from 1980 to 1990, from 26.5 million to 29.9 million. The American Indian, Eskimo, and Aleut population grew by 38% from 1980 to 1990, reaching 1.9 million in 1990. This increase was the result of natural increase as well as other factors that are discussed in my full testimony. The white population increased by 6% from 1980 to 1990, reaching 199.7 million. However, the percentage of the population that is white continued to decline. In 1990, the white population's share of the U.S. total population reached its lowest point ever, 80.3%. The Hispanic population grew by 53%, or 7.7 million, from 1980 to 1990, reaching 22.4 million in 1990. This increase reflected both the relatively high fertility rates among Hispanics, and the large immigration flows from Spanish-speaking countries. The objective of the Race and Ethnic Research Program for the 2000 census is to provide high-quality racial and ethnic data for the 2000 census. Our research on race and ethnicity for the year 2000 will include 4 major components: evaluations of race and ethnic responses from the 1990 census, special tests such as those on questionnaire design for the 2000 census, consultations with stakeholders, and testing. 1990 race and ethnic data. Since the 1970 census, evaluations of racial and ethnic identity have taken on increased importance, principally because of their increased uses for legislative and program purposes, and secondarily because of their more widespread use in analytical studies for small geographic areas. The 1990 race and ethnic questions produced quality data to meet these and other uses. In evaluating the quality of race and ethnic data from the 1990 census, the Bureau examined data on counts and characteristics of the populations for reasonableness and for unanticipated aberrations. The Bureau reviewed information from the data collecting and processing phases of the census. To detect any unusual problems with race and ethnic response patterns, the Bureau analyzed the consistency of write-in responses with marked per-listed response categories for the race and Hispanic origin items. The Bureau analyzed the consistency of 1990 data on counts and characteristics with those from previous censuses, and the Bureau analyzed results from the content re-interview survey for consistency of responses over time. In summary, research on the 1990 race question showed the race question worked reasonably well and corrected some of the main problems identified with it in the 1980 census. The automated coding operations, conducted during processing of the questionnaires, reduced inconsistent responses. The research showed the race question continues to be a source of confusion for some populations. And it showed larger than expected increases in the American Indian population are partly the result of higher reporting by persons who have American Indian ancestry, partly the result of improved outreach, and partly the result of possible misunderstanding of the American Indian category. Let me turn to the Hispanic origin question. We noted 4 persistent response problems with the Hispanic origin item. First, a high non-response rate. Second, misreporting by non-Hispanics in some Hispanic categories. Third, response inconsistency, particularly in the other Spanish/Hispanic category. And fourth, a tendency of some Hispanics to report their ethnicity in one of the race. Write-in areas coupled with failure to complete the Hispanic origin item itself. The major reasons for these problems are: first, non-Hispanic respondents are primarily responsible for the non-response because they thought this item was not applicable or believed the answer was inferable from their answer to race. Second, some respondents see the race, Hispanic, and ancestry items as redundant, and may not answer all of them. Despite the problems noted, the Census Bureau believes the Hispanic origin data from the 1990 census are of good quality. First, the count of persons of Hispanic origin exceeded our expectations. Second, the Census Bureau provided much more detail about the groups that make up the other Hispanic category by the addition of a write-in area in 1990. Let me turn to the ancestry question. The 1990 census ancestry question asks, what is your ancestry or ethnic origin, of a sample of the population? Our evaluations of the 1990 data on ancestry showed the following problems with the ancestry question. First, inconsistent reporting for some ancestry groups. Second, examples given in the question influenced the reporting on the ancestry item. And third, inconsistency of ancestry responses with the responses in the race and Hispanic origin items. The principal conclusion to be drawn from this discussion of the adequacy of the race and ethnic data is that the complexity of evaluating the race, Hispanic origin, and ancestry questions is substantial. The dynamic nature of ethnicity and race to a lesser extent further complicates the evaluations of the questions. Ethnicity totals are in constant flux. Ethnicity distributions change as a result of new immigration flows, new and different ways of identifying ethnicity, blending, and intermarriage, and the emergence of new ethnic identities. Although complex and difficult, we will use these evaluations to identify the issues that need to be addressed in our consultation and testing phases for the next census. The Census Bureau believes that a well-designed and implemented consultation program, based on research results, is essential for improving the quality of the race and ethnic data for the 2000 census. Our goals for the consultations are, establish and maintain two-way communications about issues of race and ethnicity, inform stakeholders about issues and about constraints on the census, and get input from stakeholders about the major data issues and
Why
needs for their
stakeholders
agencies
worried
and
about it?
communities.
Why?
And
Why the
consult throughout the
stakeholders,
design
huh?
and planning period to get maximum support from stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
ERS
I
for the
bet
final
so.
race and ethnic questions for the 2000 census. I will briefly mention some of the pertinent issues on race and ethnicity that arose in our consultations with stakeholders since the 1990 census include the fact that some ethnic groups not listed specifically in the race and Hispanic origin questions have raised the issue of equitable treatment in the census. Another issue is that by including all three questions, race, Hispanic origin, and ancestry, in the census, because there is some overlap among these questions, some respondents have problems answering them. Another emerging issue, one that is beginning to make itself felt quite widely, is the identification of persons of mixed racial parentage in the race item. Census Bureau consultations have revealed various issues related to definitions and terminology. For example, some leaders of the Hispanic origin community argue for the use of the term Latino with or instead of Hispanic origin and Spanish. The Bureau also has received differing views about substituting the term African American for Black. Some users from Hawaii strongly support reclassifying Hawaiian as a Native American group. By the end of this fiscal year, after we complete our analysis and evaluation of the 1990 census results, we will develop specific issues for testing for the 2000 census. Currently, we are placing emphasis on changes to the 1990 race and ethnic census questions rather than on developing new ones. During fiscal year 1995, our hope is to conduct a special test of the race and ethnic questions. Current notions envision a survey targeted to specific racial and ethnic groups in a sample of urban and rural areas. We would expect such a test to include the 1990 census questions with several variants. The Census Bureau faces continuing demands for more decennial census as well as current data on racial and ethnic groups. This results from both the increased diversity of our population and the increasing demands of governmental and non-governmental data users. From the 1990 decennial census, users requested small area data for more race and ethnic groups, and unique data for specific population groups. From intercensal data, users asked for race and ethnic data for smaller geographic areas and more detailed race and ethnic information at the national level. Let me note several other demands that are illustrative of the wide range of data needs expressed: detailed groups for small geographic areas, unique data on characteristics of racial and ethnic groups, intercensal estimates and projections for more groups, survey data for more groups, and the need for a single race and ethnic identifier. The Census Bureau will analyze research findings to determine if we need to make changes in the way we ask the race and ethnic questions. If so, we will document our findings and make them available to 0 megabytes for its use in considering possible modifications of Policy Directive 15, should it conclude such changes merit consideration. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my
I
testimony.
was hired to work for him.
I will be pleased
Tia.
to answer any questions you or other subcommittee members may have. Thank you. R.MMR.
I couldn't do it.
Sawyer. I am always
Literally.
impressed with how well the GAO is able to summarize the volumes they bring before us. You have matched them. Thank you. The prepared statement of M.R. Scar follows prepared statement of Harry A. Scar, Acting Director, Bureau
I
of
think
the
it was like
Census.
$25
Introduction.
an
Mr.
hour,
Chairman,
something like that. I was
it
gonna
is
do
a
it, but
pleasure to be
couldn't
here
do it. I
today
ain't
to
had time.
testify before the subcommittee on the collection of race and ethnicity data in the 1990 census. With the increasing racial and ethnic diversity of our nation, the Census Bureau must keep abreast of issues affecting the collection of race and ethnic information. We appreciate this effort by the subcommittee to focus attention on what we all recognize to be a very complex issue. The Census Bureau's procedures for collecting race and ethnic data are in compliance with Statistical Policy Directive No. 15, issued by the Office of Management and Budget, 0 megabytes. The directive requires the collection of information on at least 4 race groups: white, black, Asian and Pacific Islander, American Indian, and Alaska Native, and 1 ethnic group Spanish/Hispanic origin. To collect these data, we treat face and ethnicity as 2 separate concepts. The Bureau recognizes that the concepts are not mutually exclusive. However, this approach has provided a relatively complete set of data to meet a wide variety of needs. The race question provides information on the following major categories: white, black, American Indian, and Alaska Native, Asian and Pacific Islander, and other race. The Hispanic origin and the ancestry questions, considered the primary ethnic inquiries, provide information on groups of Hispanic origin and on an extensive array of other ethnic groups: Vaiti, English, Houash, and Lebanese to Jamaican.
It was 25.
In the 1990 census, the Census Bureau asked the race and Hispanic origin questions of all persons on both the short and long questionnaire forms. In addition to the race and Hispanic origin questions, the 1990 census long form, administered to a sample of the population, included an ancestry question.
I was gonna just make the quick buck.
We expect the 2000 census to ask questions on race and Hispanic origin. We published a notice in the Federal Register on March 25, 1993, requesting comments on the proposed criteria for assessing design alternatives for the 2000 census. One of the proposed criteria states that any census design selected must provide the age, race, and Hispanic origin data needed for state redistricting programs and must meet some of the requirements for enforcing the Voting Rights Act. Our proposed criteria do not address the ancestry question per se. In December 1992, the Office of Management and Budget, 0 megabytes, asked all federal agencies to specify their needs for topics to be included in the 2000 census. 0 megabytes is analyzing responses to that request now. As part of the Department of Commerce response to 0 megabytes, the Census Bureau documented on behalf of all federal agencies the need for 5 basic demographic items: age, sex, relationship to householder, race, and Hispanic origin for small geographic areas such as city blocks. Let me turn now to a discussion of what the 1990 census told us about the racial and ethnic diversity of the United States. Let me next give a brief overview of our 2000 census research efforts with respect to race and ethnicity. I will then address the other issues that you asked us to report on in your letter of invitation. These issues include the adequacy of 1990 census race and ethnic data, questions about race and ethnicity that have arisen in consultations with stakeholders and in connection with testing plans for the 2000 census, demands for additional race and ethnic data, ways to increase the utility of race and ethnic categories, and procedures for recommending PUSI changes to 0 megabytes racial and ethnic diversity of the U.S. population. The 1990 census showed that the population of the United States is now more racially and ethnically diverse than at any time in our country's history. The Asian and Pacific Islander population experienced the highest rate of growth of all racial groups. Fix. M 1980 to 1990 a 108% increase FIO-M 3.5 million to 7.3 million. This marks the second consecutive decade that the census has recorded a doubling of this population group. Very high levels of immigration were a significant factor in the growth of the Asian and Pacific Islander population. The Black or African American population increased 13% FIO-M 1980 to 1990 from 26.5 million to 29.9 million. The American Indian, Eskimo, and Aleut population grew by 38% FIO-M 1980 to 1990, reaching 1.9 million in 1990. This increase was the result of national increase as well as other factors that I will touch upon later. The white population increased by 6% FIO-M 1980 to 1990, reaching 199.7 million. However, the percentage of the population that is white continued to decline. In 1990, the white population's share of the U.S. total population reached its lowest point ever, 80.3%. The Hispanic population grew by 53%, or 7.7 million, FIO-M 1980 to 1990, reaching 22.4 million in 1990. This increase reflected both the relatively high fertility rates among Hispanics, and the large immigration flows from Spanish-speaking countries. The Census Bureau released information on race and ethnic origin FTOM the 1990 decennial census much earlier than after the 1980 census. For example, the Bureau released 1990 census products presenting 100% data for detailed Asian and Pacific Islander groups in 1991, or 1 year after the census. By contrast, similar 1980 census data were available only on a sample basis and were not released until 1983, 3 years after the census. This year, 1993, we plan to provide additional data files containing detailed cross-tabulations of social, economic, and housing characteristics for racial and ethnic populations. We believe that the success of the census in characterizing racial and ethnic populations can be attributed in large part to the involvement of persons in the community, to national and ethnic organizations, and to the activities of the census advisory committees on the American Indian and Alaska Native, Asian, and Pacific Islander, Black, and Hispanic origin populations, all of whom played a vital role in the development of the race and ethnic information for the 1990 census. These efforts contributed substantially to our ability to portray so fully the racial and ethnic diversity of the country. Overview of 2000 census efforts on race and ethnicity. The objective of the Race and Ethnic Research Program for the 200 census is to provide high-quality racial and ethnic data for the 2000 census. Race and ethnic data must be valid, must provide appropriate data for major governmental and non-governmental needs, must be readily understood and generally accepted by the public, and must be operationally feasible to compile. Our research on race and ethnicity for the year 2000 will include 4 major components: evaluations of race and ethnic responses from the 1990 census, special tests such as those on questionnaire designed for the 2000 census, consultations with stakeholders, and testing. Each of these components is an essential ingredient in meeting the overall objective of assuring high-quality race and ethnic data for the 2000 census. We are now evaluating the race and ethnic questions used in the 1990 census.
Governmental needs, which
on
is
the
what?
basis of these evaluations, the Census Bureau will develop
It says
issues on race and ethnicity
needs,
for our
just to clarify,
consultations.
right? I'm sorry, y'all. I want to stop a couple times, but I wanted to get some of this in real quick. But listen, the government's needs, it's telling you the government's needs are to bring the immigrants in. They plan, this is 20 years from 19 I'm sorry, not 20 years, Lord. I'm thinking 20 to 2022, 2020. But from 90 to 2000, they had a plan for 10 years to get a certain amount of immigrants in so that they can cover this amount to have the census to the amount they wanted to based off all these response, all the specialty tests, consultants, stakeholders that they wanted to have, the people to come in, so on and so forth. I don't want to go too much into that, Lord, because I'm going to go off. But listen, I want to stay focused. I really want y'all to just hear a little bit more of this. I hope you guys are linking this. I mean, with all the videos I do on this stuff, y'all should really have it. So let's just get it and really comprehend as much as you can in the next few minutes, guys. I'm about to be out. Peace, love, and bliss. But let's go.
With stakeholders and determine the scope of our race and ethnicity testing. We intend our research program to include cognitive research, focus group sessions, and special field tests of race and ethnicity questions. Adequacy of 1990 race and ethnic data. Since the 1970 census, evaluations of racial and ethnic items have taken on increased importance, principally because of their increased uses for legislative and program purposes, and secondarily because of their more widespread use in analogy, studies for small geographic areas. The 1990 race and ethnic questions produced quality data to meet these and other uses. In evaluating the quality of race and ethnic data from the 1990 census, the Bureau examined data on counts and characteristics of the populations for reasonableness and for unanticipated aberrations, reviewed information from the data collecting and processing phases of the census to detect any unusual problems with race and ethnic response patterns, analyzed the consistency of write-in responses with marked pre-listed response categories for the race and Hispanic origin items, analyzed the consistency of 1990 data on counts and characteristics with those from previous censuses, and analyzed results from the Content Re-Interview Survey, CRS, for consistency of responses over time. Although the evaluations suggest overall high quality for these items, there were several problems identified with the race Hispanic re-interviews, CRS. The Census Bureau re-interviewed a sample of households that were enumerated in the census. In the re-interview, the Bureau asked the respondents the same race and ethnic questions included in the census, or in some cases more probing questions, and then compared responses. Since race and ethnicity are self-identification measures, inconsistencies between the re-interview and original responses provided information on who had difficulty answering the questions. Additional research from the 1980 and 1990 censuses sought to determine why or how persons responded to the race and ethnic questions. Findings from this research identified some misreporting. Some relatively small segments of the population misunderstood the intent of the race or ethnic questions or categories and reported according to their own understanding rather than what the Census Bureau intended. For example, some respondents not of Hispanic origin who received the short form, seeing no place in the Hispanic origin item to state their ethnicity, marked the Mexicanamer, Chicano category of the Hispanic origin item. We consider this to be misreporting because detailed investigation revealed that the respondents did not intend to identify as Hispanic in origin, but to indicate their ethnicity as American. Race question: 98% of persons in the 1990 census answered the race question. From answers to this question, the Census Bureau was able to provide 100% counts for the total Asian and Pacific Islander population for the first time. The Bureau also provided 100% counts on 26 distinct Asian and Pacific Islander groups and 542 American Indian tribes. The Bureau also improved the quality of reporting of tribe by American Indians. However, evaluations of the race item did suggest several areas of concern. Some respondents did not understand or had difficulty answering the race question. Some respondents provided write-in entries that were inconsistent with the pre-listed response categories, and some respondents apparently misunderstood the American Indian category and reported incorrectly in the category. Difficulty in answering the race question. Information from the telephone inquiries during the data collection stage of the 1990 census, Information about non-response to the race question, re-interview results, and cognitive research studies provide evidence that some persons had difficulty answering the race question. For example, in the 1990 census, the Census Bureau received a substantial number of inquiries from respondents about the race question. The majority of inquiries were from persons who appeared confused by the listing of national origin groups in the race question, and, therefore, wanted to list their nationality group, persons of Hispanic origin who felt that the race question or its categories were not relevant to them, or persons of mixed parentage or parents of multiracial children who wanted to report their own race or the race of their children in more than one category. The allocation rate for non-response to a question is one indicator of difficulties respondents have in answering that question. Allocation is UIE Bureau's procedure for assigning an answer based on a set of predetermined rules when a question is completely blank or is incompletely responded to. The 1990 allocation rate of 2% for race, while quite low, was still higher than the 1980 rate of 1.5%. We believe the substantially higher 1990 rate was due in part to fewer follow-up activities in 1990 at getting answers for blank or incomplete short-form questionnaires. The allocation rate for the 1990 census race item also varied considerably by geographic area of the country. For example, the rate was higher for Chickahominy, 3.6%, and New York, 3.3%, which have large Hispanic populations, and however for some Midwestern states like North Dakota and Iowa, both of whose rate was 1%. Information from the 1990 Content Re-Interview Survey, CRS, provides a portrait of who had difficulty answering the race question. Overall, the Census Bureau found only slight differences between the census and the re-interview race distributions. Nevertheless, there were considerable differences in race reporting between the census and the re-interview among persons of Hispanic origin, particularly foreign-born Hispanics. A Bureau cognitive research study indicates that some Hispanics consider themselves racially as Hispanic and do not identify with any of the specific race categories in the race item. These individuals find the race question confusing, reporting in the Indian, America, and other API categories. Consistency between write-in responses and the marked pre-listed response category in the race item. Another key finding concerned the consistency of write-in responses with the marked pre-listed response category. 3 categories of the race question: Indian, America, other API, and other race required write-in responses. There were 8 million write-in responses in the 3 write-in areas of the 1990 census race item. 3 million, or 35%, of the write-ins did not have a pre-listed category marked. The Bureau noted 2 problems with these write-ins. Some persons marked a pre-listed response category that was inconsistent with the write-in response, and some persons provided a write-in response but did not mark a pre-listed response category. For the first time in 1990, we conducted a special automated editing and coding operation on a 100% basis for the census. Subject matter specialists at the Census Bureau reviewed the write-in responses and then coded and classified the write-ins in their appropriate race category. This operation was essential in clearing up inconsistencies. Of the 8 million write-ins, 253,000 were initially coded to a category depicting mixed racial parentage such as black-white, white Chinese, multiracial, or interracial. In the editing process, the Bureau assigned multiple entries of specific race groups such as white-black or Chinese-white to a specific race category according to a set of predetermined rules.
Get it, copy.
For example, the Bureau assigned a write-in response of black-white to the black category since black is the first part of the multiple entry. The figure of 253,000 is not an estimate of the multiracial population, but it is one basis for further research into the issue of how persons of mixed parentage respond to the census race item. About 1.8 million respondents identified themselves as American Indian by marking the Indian, America, category. 83%, 1.5 million, of these respondents correctly marked the Indian, America, category and entered their tribe. 8% of the respondents marked the Indian, America, category but wrote in entries other than tribes, such as Haitian, Poash, African American, Hispanic, and Arab. We coded and assigned these write-ins to the appropriate race category. 54% of the write-ins in the other API category marked were inconsistent with that marked category. For example, some respondents marked the pre-listed other API category and wrote in responses such as Mexican or Italian which were inconsistent with that category. 43% of the write-ins in the other race category marked were inconsistent with the marked category. The write-ins consistent with the marked other race category were mostly Hispanic origin responses, 93%. The remaining consistent other race responses denoted MBCED racial percentage such as mixed, or interracial, or were entries such as Cajun or Creole. Reporting in the American Indian category, the Bureau asked persons who identified themselves as American Indian to report the name of their enrolled or principal tribe. The tribe responses to these category were improved over 1980, as a result of changes in instructions, and of an effective outreach effort by the Census Bureau and the American Indian community. Only about 14% of American Indians did not write in a tribe in 1990, compared to 21% in 1980. In spite of this improvement, the 38% growth fix, M 1980 to 1990 in the American Indian population was larger than expected. Among the factors helping to explain that growth are improved outreach through the Tribal Liaison and Alaska Native Village Liaison programs, changing self-identification patterns, greater awareness of ethnic heritage, and improvements in census data collection procedures. Unfortunately, the higher than expected American Indian counts also reflect reporting problems. Initial evidence suggests the following types of problems responses for the Indian, America, category: households with parents who reported themselves as Asian Indian and reported their children in the Indian, America, category: households with parents who wrote in Hispanic or Mexican and did not mark a pre-listed response category or marked the other race category and reported their children as Indian, America, a higher than expected reporting of Cherokee tribe membership, especially on the long form, and enumerator error or bias especially in rural reservation areas. The Census Bureau is pursuing research in this area to provide a clearer picture of the reporting concerns for this category, and ways to best address them. Summary for the race question. In summary, the race question worked reasonably well and corrected some of the main problems identified with it in the 1980 census. Automated coding operations reduced inconsistent responses. The race question continues to be a source of confusion for some populations. Larger than expected increases in the American Indian population are partly the result of higher reporting by persons who have American Indian ancestry, and improved outreach, and partly the result of possible misunderstanding of the American Indian category. Hispanic origin question. The 1990 census count of 22.4 million persons of Hispanic origin was greater than the estimate of 21.0 million made by the Bureau before the census. We attribute this to active participation of many community groups and the Hispanic print and electronic media in the Census Bureau's outreach efforts to increase awareness of the 1990 census in the Hispanic community. In the 1990 census, the Census Bureau provided for the first time detailed information on individual Hispanic origin groups that make up the other Spanish/Hispanic category. This detail was possible because the Census Bureau added a write-in on the 1990 item for other Hispanic origin groups, such as Salvadorans, or Dominicans, Colombians, to name a few of the larger groups. We noted 4 persistent response problems with the Hispanic origin item: a high non-response rate, misreporting by non-Hispanics in some of the Hispanic categories, response inconsistency, particularly in the other Spanish/Hispanic category, and a tendency of some Hispanics to report their ethnicity in one of the race write-in areas or in the other Hispanic write-in area, coupled with failure to complete the Hispanic origin item itself. Non-response. The allocation rate for the Hispanic origin item on 100% forms in the census allocation rate. Although allocation increased, for the for example, the Census Bureau is now results from the 19. Given these, many of these respondents indicated uncertainty about fly meaning of this item. Some misinterpreted the category to mean Mexican or American. This problem occurred in areas of the Southeast and Northeast where the Hispanic population was sparse. For 1990, the Census Bureau shortened the response category to Mexican and increased efforts in the outreach program to build awareness of the meaning of the Hispanic origin item. Review of 1990 census data does show a reduction in the level of this type of misreporting in the states where it was a problem in 1980. For example, the number of white Hispanics decreased by 25.6% and the number of black Hispanics decreased by 70.8% in Mississippi between 1980 and 1950. The Census Bureau also found some evidence of possible misreporting of Hispanic origin by American Indians and Asians and Pacific Islanders in some areas of the country in both 1980 and 1990. This may be because some respondents misunderstood the item and because of the procedure used to allocate an origin or a race category to non-respondents. Inconsistency analysis of the 1980 and 1990 content re-interview surveys, CRS, showed low response consistency in the other Spanish/Hispanic category. Inconsistency happens when respondents provide an answer during a re-interview that differs from the one reported in the census. Although the re-interview does not provide information about respondent motivation, inconsistency may arise from several circumstances. Non-Hispanic persons may have misunderstood this category to mean other than Spanish/Hispanic. For example, our 1980 research revealed that some non-Hispanics did not understand any terms Spanish or Hispanic and incorrectly reported in that category. Non-Hispanic persons may have used this area to express their ethnic origin. Respondents may have been unsure if their ethnicity was Hispanic or not. Respondents may have been trying to express mixed ethnicity Hispanic and non-Hispanic. Hispanics with mixed ethnicity may have been unsure how to answer. Evaluations of the 1990 data show that coding the write-in entries on the sample forms allowed the Census Bureau to correct many reporting problems through the edit process. Many respondents provided a write-in entry that allowed the Census Bureau to assign a response category for those who failed to select one. Another reason the allocation of Hispanic origin was lower on the sample forms was that the Census Bureau coded the write-in entries in the Hispanic origin item. Hispanic origin reporting in race in 1990, 373,100 persons who had a Hispanic write-in response, such as Mexican, Puerto Rican, or Spanish, in the race item did not complete the Hispanic origin item. These respondents may have thought that the race and Hispanic origin items were equivalent. Or, perhaps they thought the Census Bureau could easily transfer the information to the Hispanic item. The Census Bureau did transfer these entries during data processing when that information was coded as a Hispanic. In fact, unlike directive results from exam non-response, the ancestry question had a relatively high non-response rate in both 1980 and in 1990. 9.6% of the population did not report ancestry in 1990 compared to 10.2% in the 1980 census. Consistency between 1980 and 1990 in the totals for specific ancestry groups is a key indicator of data quality. The Bureau compared totals for the ancestry groups from the 1990 and 1980 census. A major criticism of the ancestry question is the inconsistency in counts for ancestry groups in the 1980 and 1990 census. The Bureau found significant differences between the censuses for some of the largest groups, particularly German and English. Persons reporting German ancestry increased from 49.2 million in 1980 to 58.0 million in 1990.
Really?
Persons reporting English ancestry declined from 49.6 million in 1980 to 32.7 million in 1990.
So they were saying
Persons
they
of
were
English
English
ancestry
first, huh?
also experienced a decline from 1980 to 1990, 40.2 million and 38.7 million, respectively, but the decline was not as dramatic as that for persons reporting the ancestry as English. The decline in reporting of English seems to be tied directly to the changes in question design, intended to address what was believed to be apparent over-reporting in 1980. These changes included eliminating English as an example the 1990 ancestry item and placing the ancestry question before the language question. The DECNI in Irish was largely the result of changes in coding and tabulation procedures. Influence of examples /*****L $****y increased reporting of German ancestry in the 1990 census over the 1980 census adds to the concern about inconsistent reporting for this question. One explanation for some large changes in ancestries could very likely be the result of the examples used in the question instructions. Research has documented that the ordering of examples and the presence or absence of examples can affect respondents' answers to questions. Substantial increases in the number of Acadian/Cajun and French-Canadian responses lend additional weight to this suggestion. Thus, the number of Acadian/Cajun persons jumped dramatically from 33,000 in 1980 to 668,000 in 1990, and French-Canadian totals increased from 780,000 in 1980 to 2.8 million in 1990. The Bureau added both of these categories as examples in 1990. Evidence of this influence of the examples on reporting in the ancestry question raises questions about how the Bureau should structure the ancestry item. Even though it may be that some respondents choose the first example that applies to them, previous Bureau research indicated that respondents needed examples to help them understand the intent of the ancestry question, and to encourage them to provide an answer. Consistency of ancestry responses with responses to the race and Hispanic origin items. An aspect of consistency of reporting is how responses to the ancestry question compare to those from the race and Hispanic questions. For some groups, for example, the ancestry question overlaps to a substantial extent with racial or Hispanic identity. Therefore, we would expect such totals to be similar. If we compare the totals for Afro-American/African American on the ancestry question with the corresponding totals for Black on the race question, 23.8 million for ancestry and 30 million for race, and for Mexican from the ancestry and Hispanic questions, 116 million from ancestry and 13.4 million from the Hispanic question, we see that the totals for the ancestry question are lower than the totals for the race and Hispanic origin questions. Even if we were to add to the Afro-American/African American total all persons reporting ancestries such as Nigerian, Jamaican, and African, the differences between the ancestry and race totals would still be substantial. Some possible explanations for these differences are the possibility that respondents see these questions as measuring separate concepts and therefore provide different levels of specificity or generality. Example: Mexican in the Hispanic question and Hispanic in the ancestry question, or the yukhood that some respondents are confused by the similarity of the two questions and do not know what to respond. Summary: for ancestry there is consistency between censuses, for example, in the number of persons reporting American, not classified, and not reported. Both consistencies and inconsistencies are evident in levels of specific ancestry groups for 1980 and 1990. Differences in level of reporting of specific ancestries may be due to the examples given, to differences in coding procedures, or to relative placement of the question on the questionnaire. Concluding statement: for adequacy of 1990 and ethnic data. The principal conclusion to be drawn from this discussion of the adequacy of the race and ethnic data is that the complexity of evaluating the race, Hispanic origin, and ancestry questions is substantial. The Bureau asks respondents to report to these questions based on their self-perception. Therefore, the answers are subjective. However, the Bureau can detect inconsistencies when a response in a re-interview differs from the original response. The dynamic nature of ethnicity and, to a lesser extent, race, further complicates the evaluations of the questions. Ethnicity totals are in constant flux. Ethnicity distributions change as a result of new immigration flows, new and different ways of identifying ethnicity, blending, and intermarriage, and the emergence of new ethnic identities. Although complex and difficult, We will use these evaluations to identify the issues that need to be addressed in our consultation and testing phases for the next census. I will now turn my attention to the consultants. Consultants for 2000 Census Research Program. The Census Bureau believes that a WEU designed and implemented consultation program, based on research results, is essential for improving the quality of the race and ethnic data for the 2000 census. Our goals for the consultations are: establish and maintain two-way communications about issues of race and ethnicity, inform stakeholders about issues and about constraints on the census, and get input from stakeholders about the major data issues and needs for their agencies and communities. Consult throughout the design and planning period to get maximum support from stakeholders for the final race and ethnic questions for the 2000 census.
They may not
Strategy for consultations. The Census Bureau conducted extensive consultations with many stakeholders prior to the 1990 census on race and ethnic issues. Those contacts were very valuable in providing information on race and ethnic data needs and advice on proposals for race and ethnic question testing. Such efforts for the 2000 census began earlier than for the 1990 census. The Bureau plans for the process to be broader than in 1990, to reach a more diverse group of stakeholders, and to be more intensive. The Census Bureau will work to identify a broad group of governmental and private organizations, researchers, community leaders, and other individuals for general consultations. From this broad group, we will work with a representative group of stakeholders for intensive consultations. This core group will include individuals or representatives of organizations that have the most interest in race and ethnic data, that may exercise substantial influence in determining the content, or who have particular expertise in race and ethnicity issues. Examples of core stakeholders include this oversight committee and other key members of Congress who have a special interest in race and ethnic data, members of Commerce and Census Advisory Committees, key officials from state and local governments, representatives from American Indian and Alaska Native governments, federal agency representatives, representatives from key ethnic organizations, such as the National Council of La Raza, National Congress of American Indians, Organization of Chinese Americans, National Office of Samoan Affairs, and the National Urban League, and researchers with expertise in race and ethnicity. Meetings, planning conferences, and other fora are arenas in which intensive consultations will occur. The Census Bureau will ask individuals and groups to serve as bridges to broader groups of stakeholders, by helping us identify new stakeholders and new issues, and by co-sponsoring meetings with the broader group of stakeholders. The Bureau will obtain advice on data needs, emerging issues, and the race and ethnic questions we propose to test. The ideas and advice of stakeholders on ways to improve the race and ethnic items is intended to help ensure public understanding and acceptance of these items. At the same time, we will continually share information with stakeholders, particularly about the process involved in developing final race and ethnic items for the 2000 census.
Y'all hear this, right? Man, if I tell you these people ain't so diabolical, we about to get up out of here. I'm about to play my favorite little new jam right quick, and then we out right after this. Let's go.
In this culture. So, I can put it down like this. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood-led Indian and original All-American. My skin color is tan, man. You can say it's brown and just look at my head, one side shaved down. Look at me now, my body marked up, red paint on my face, no clothes on my butt. What? Nah, deer skin cover up, my boat on my side, I let the arrow glide. I'm a hunter, a farmer, a fisherman, everything that I need I get from the land. I make my own clothes, my own weapons too. When you see the moccasins, then I'm stepping through. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood-led Indian and original American. I'm ruling everything. That's right. Call me the big chief. Powhatan, everybody else is beneath. All the villages, each and every tribe. scan bees while I just relax. Collecting deer and turkey, put them in the temple. Power 10 government is just that simple. I'm a power 10. 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 I'm a Eastwood land Indian. Let me break it down so you understand. Man, I was very young. That's right. When I took my spouse, yeah, she cooked my meals. We built my longhouse. From jewelry to pottery, we got art. True. Even kids do it big. Yeah, we work hard, but we play too. That's right. Games just like you. Like what? Wrestling, foot race. Yeah. We're very musical. We like to sing and dance, party and clap our hands. Celebrating life. I'm like a power 10.
It's my favorite part. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Mix it out, mix it out, mix it out, baby. Tell me y'all don't love that. That's just so fire, don't make no sense. Peace, love, and bliss to you guys. Make sure y'all coming back in the next hour. I will be back with Tomahawk Tony. We're going to be discussing some important lines, like some really extensive stuff, guys. I don't think people understand this credit and how this shit is like this. The credit is just like what I tell y'all have unlimited and you're born within the credit that they're accessing. These are ways for you to even access it now, even without having to do that. You don't even have to have your trust to do this. Like anybody could do this, like seriously. Okay, the little cutie, I love that baby, so sweet. Y'all know that's like our theme music. We got to play that at least once a build, like for real. I can't even go without it now. I'm addicted. But anyway, when it comes to it, what we got to do is make sure that we are tuned in. Yes, tonight in an hour, guys. I know I've been on here for a minute. I should have been out of here, but I wanted to get all this information in the build. A lot of times there's things I want to build on, and it takes me so long to put the information together in one build. Then the next bill. So I said, let me try to get a few things that are coinciding in this one bill. And that's what I wanted to bring today. The books will be dropped on the members only through Patreon, on the Patreon page. You guys will be able to get that those books and take your time and read them, show them to your family so they can get a better understanding of some of the things we talked about today. And that's about it. No, sis, can't be purchased. Sorry. Sorry. All right, guys. Peace, love, and bliss. And we are out. Make sure y'all guys are tuning back in the next hour so y'all can get this fullness. I'm telling you, I'm trying to keep y'all fed mentally, physically, and spiritually. That's the only way to do it. We got to do a trinity of everything. And I got you.